Right. Hopefully everybody's back. Let's see. Make sure. Let me just get a quick show of hands if you guys can. If you are back, you can use the little raise hand or react. Doesn't really matter. Looks like we got 1, 2, 3. I'll take that as a 4, 5. Let's see who we missing. I think we got y'all. If you're running behind, we'll get you caught up. Not a big deal. All right, guys. So hopefully lunch was good. You can all put your hands down now. Otherwise, it's like virtually holding your arm up all day. So where we last left off, we brought in the raw files. Pretty straightforward process. Just want you to understand what this thing's doing behind the scenes. I think it's critically important. If you understand, and you'll see I'm a technical person that digs into like, why is it doing that? Because then I can do other things because I know how to kind of distort a product, I guess, or use it in a way it wasn't supposed to be used. So, um, coming from the consultant world before, you had to pull miracles. So we used to use stuff any which way we could to get a result. All right. So as we take a look at this, I wanted to talk just about how is it doing this, the settings, what's going on behind the scenes, and we've got some controls in here, and we'll dig a little deeper into them. I'm just doing a quick light touch. I don't want to bloviate over this too much, but as I go into these open roads standards, so I'm not in the survey panel now, and we take a look, I'm going to click on the survey raw file. Now, the raw file, when it first gets generated, it's really only bringing in a few things. But the minute we process raw data, you'll notice it starts adding. It added feature definitions, the symbology, some annotations. It's got everything under the hood. It's already packed into the file and ready to decorate things a certain way. Thus, the symbology is used for terrain and linear elements, the points, but it can also do textual things as well. Told you the decorators are just for design purposes as far as review and all that. Eventually, we'll get to actual permanent text. But as it goes through this process, there is a section that gets pulled in almost immediately during the fieldbook creation, and that is what are called survey settings. Now, these survey settings, I'm just looking at the one that's actually been copied in from my standards. So as far as CAD management is concerned, it comes from a library, but every file gets peppered and grandfathered in with that particular set of settings at the time. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean in some cases that you absolutely have to adhere to this. It means that if you need to make an adjustment, maybe something's just slightly different, inconsistent, let's step over that and resolve it rather than allow it to compound. So ideally, you want to make sure that your raw data and everything was captured correctly in the beginning. But if something's just a little amiss, maybe the field codes are backwards or something, the linking code field code orders backwards, um, different behaviors like that, we can actually make a slight adjustment and allow it to process our data and continue to move forward without that error compounding. Now, if we take a look, I've selected the settings, and I just want to quickly have a brief look at this. We'll dig in a little deeper, but we can see that there's controls for a lot of this stuff, everything from creating a log file to understanding and applying different VBAs as it's processing, how it's going to read in our points, so how it imports those, and if there's any control point features, things of that nature. Once we bring in that information, those points, then we start addressing how those linking codes work and how we want them to behave. So like you'll see in some cases, there's a list of linking codes. You'll see the position of where the linking code is versus the point field code, how those coincide. So if it's begin line edge of pavement or edge of pavement begin line, and whether or not we have a best match. So this is important too, because a lot of times as the users are iterating, multi-chaining, things like that in the field, we want to make sure that we're not making them change the way they catch data out in the field as much as possible, because the variety of the geography can be very frustrating for those guys to have to be told to do it a certain way. We've got a code list and all, but how they approach the terrain and such. Example, I had a project in West Virginia, and as sad as it was, they had to walk up and down the hill instead of like side by side, slowly going up the hill. It was very ridiculous for the type of work. Unfortunately, because somebody didn't know a lot about what they needed to capture, which was a shame, because something as simple as that could have solved it. Um, how we truncate values, whether or not spaces, just a general behavior of how we're understanding that can be controlled here. So definitely controls that experience. So if perhaps everything was done based on, we'll say for the example, GDOT standard, but then you realize the field code and the linking code were backwards, we could come in here, tell it, you know what, I know it's backwards, but just process it in that backwards fashion, and then re-bring in the raw data, and we would see those graphics properly generated. Now, the data parsing, this has a lot to do with the types of data that we allow. So, for example, we brought in the RW5, but what if we don't want to allow RW5s? We can actually block and ban those from coming in. Typically, that's not common, but I've seen instances where maybe a very particular proprietary extension needed to be used. We can adjust for that. Whether or not we want to substitute things. So maybe there's some shorthand codes people use, but we want them to be reflected into something else. And, I know a lot of times, we're dealing with, just a variety of maybe poll codes or something like that, and they just want a very generic poll. They may just use P, but maybe it actually is PP or something like that. They could actually use substitution strings. As well as how we understand descriptions and attributes. So this is just how we're reading this data. Again, the adjustments, if we had that turned on when we're bringing in our data, this is where we would set and control all of those. And we can always come back and refactor this a little bit, and it processes this when we have that enabled, when we're pulling that data in. Typically, I'll be honest, I don't see too many people do it in our product as much as they do it in the application that they captured it in off the device. As far as symbologies are concerned, these can be controlled as far as how things look for things like the observations, control points, etc. Most people actually carry what we deliver and just use it because they never had anything before. And then the terrain model, I talked about how that was generated. So this controls that experience when you guys are pulling things in. So just a little behind the scenes there. I did talk loosely about these different features, and we'll take a little bit further look at those. The feature definitions themselves, when they're being pulled in, we'll see there's a collection here of some survey standards. And let's just say for this example, the roadway, I'll go ahead and pick that edge of pavement existing. We can see that when that is actually reflected against the code used, that's the alpha code here, it'll make a match. And then at that point, it decides how to symbolize the lines and the points. And so without digging too deep into this, just tell you that it comes down this list, and then this is where those standards are being set. So if something doesn't look right, there's a good chance that it's either on the wrong code, or maybe somebody did not actually set up the standards. So it could be worth taking a look at. But this will process, and this is kind of that order. So you've generated a field book, the settings file gets copied, you grab the raw file, you pull it in. The raw file then reads those linking and point codes, it reflects against these standards, and it behaves in a way that that settings file instructs it to construct those graphics. Now, while this is being done, I'm going to pull this up in our book because this is what we're going to talk about coming up. And I want you to think about this as like, intelligence, levels of intelligence. So right off the bat, our linear features are the most intelligent kind of component that you're going to have built into the file. It's the smartest. Now, with it being that smart, there are some restrictions. And They're restrictions we can work around, but sometimes they're exhausting. Its intention is to basically just adhere to the settings and that field collection, um, and just generate things automatically. And so it is the most intelligent. Now, there is a point list option. This is a downgrade of capabilities, but most people see it as an upgrade. So as we see this change in its behavior and its state, we'll notice we have access to more tools. It's not the smartest, it's not the optimum, but it'll still honor different capabilities and actually give you exposure to more tools. Now, this one usually ends up being the inflection point or sweet spot in between being very smart and very dumb as a graphic. And this is the one that we see if there's a lot of error in the field book. We'll notice that users will downgrade individual survey linear strings to this so that they can kind of, you know, maybe make those manipulations a little bit easier. By no means does this deprecate or disadvantage your field book. Just want to be clear about that. Ideally, if it's brought in with a linear feature and everything's perfect, there's no edits to make at all. That's actually probably the optimum. But if you do need to make edits, I think it's pretty good to reduce them down to a point list and make some manipulations, and we'll see that coming up. It's also worth noting that it's a good way to keep a record of what had been edited because you can quickly see what's a point list feature versus the rest of the base map. So it's a nice way to kind of dog ear that, hey, we did something different. And for those that are wondering, well, how can I see those edits, or is there another way? That's where we go back to the settings file, and there's a log that can also help control some of that experience. I always liked setting that on and then finding out the roadway people would go in and somehow manipulate my survey and tell me they didn't, and then I could just read off the time, date, and name, which is always pretty creepy to them. But then the last one has two purposes. Yes, it's one of the dumbest graphics. It's basically stripping everything down to microstation. But I do want to point out that there's also an opportunity in this one. And this is where we can embrace microstation graphics, maybe some existing stuff, or maybe it's just photogrammetry that wasn't surveyed, and draw it into the field book for redrawing purposes. It's kind of a neat area, so it's got some flexibility of kind of like marrying microstation graphics into the field book. So don't think dumb is necessarily a bad thing. And in addition to this, it's smart enough in that sense that if I just grab a whole bunch of microstation graphics and they happen to closely align with survey features, that it will actually map them in the field book to those particular codes. So although it's dumb in nature as far as its editability, it's quite intelligent actually in its ability to be absorbed into the field book. So yes, it's a downgrade of your field book itself, your raw data, but remember, there's microstation data out there too that you might want to lift into the field book. Maybe it's some old data. So that's something that we don't talk much about. It is important to note, though, each one of these steps can't be reversed. So if you downgrade, it's basically like exploding or dropping those graphics down as far as a BIM standard is concerned. So keep that in mind. We'll take a look at those differences here coming up. Now, I did touch on some of this, and if you could for me, I'd like us to come over to this Open Road Standards and just take a quick look. We're not going to spend too much time on these survey settings. I just kind of talked down the list here, but I want you guys to have a look, and I'll tell you what I think is the most beneficial here for most of us to enable. It should really just be part of the standards out of the box for all of you, is that this create log file. So what I've done is gone to the Open Road Standards on Explorer. I've expanded my survey raw file. I've located the survey settings, and let's just single click on the settings, and let's make sure we have that properties panel open. And it's because here, what I may want to do is enable an ability to record or log that people are making changes to my file. That could be part of my survey team. That could be just as a security measure to make sure somebody's not tinkering with things and then calling me saying it's not right. A lot of time wasted when that happens. Eventually you'll find out, oh yeah, well I had to make a change. Well, you weren't supposed to make a change. You're not in survey. And this capability is the create log file. Now, while I take this opportunity to talk about this, I think it's also important to show you something most people don't seem to know in MicroStation. Did you know you can double click on any of these categories that are yes, no, true, false, on, off, 1, 0, binary type pull downs. And rather than choose the pull down and switch, did you know if you just double click on the title, it enables it? Double click on the title, it's off, it's on, it's off, it's on. And that's a user experience thing within MicroStation that works across all binary kind of pull down functions within all of these dialogues. So if you get in any of these properties panels and it's a yes, no, or something like that, just give it a little double click. It's way easier than picking the pull down because if you're like me, sometimes my mouse moves and it closes and collapses before I have the chance. Now, what this actually will do, just for everyone's awareness, is from now on, anybody that goes to open and close this survey raw DGN file and make changes, it's going to write a text file. And that text file in this case is called default.log. That log file is named after the model I'm in. And the model I'm in right now is the default model of this DGN. So it's kind of neat. It'll show you every edit you make. We'll take a look at that probably later. Now, in addition to this, I talked about a couple other capabilities like the linking codes. If we come down, I'm just going to collapse that general settings here, come down to linking codes, and I'm just going to hit the big ones. This looks very busy, this link codes. Like when I hover on it, it was really busy. You saw the fly out and everything. It takes up way too much of my monitor. If we come over and click within there, there's a tiny little browse button. And so what I'd like you all to do is just open this for a moment, and what you'll recognize is a list of different codes. And so we have the ability to disable their use, so you can kind of ban certain codes from being used. I don't see that often. We usually deliver out of the box as you see, but what we do see a lot of is where individuals will sometimes alter the linking codes. And so you'll see there's the link code and the alpha, as well as the numeric. I believe it's Indiana, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a long time since I've done anything with them when I used to work in the industry, but if I'm not mistaken, they kind of use either the number or the alpha. And so this gives you some flexibility for some of those, guys in the field that are just really dialed in at a process. They're very familiar with maybe numeric. They can combine using this numeric method with their field code maybe to just maybe be a little faster. That's all. The idea is just giving them options and ones that will align with consistency. So whether they use alpha or numeric, it really doesn't bother me as long as I get a good base map and as long as they're adhering to the requirements that I set forth to capture it. So rather than leave numeric empty or disabled, having that set up in conjunction with alpha gives them an opportunity to pick a path. It'll still result in the same outcome. And so these can be altered. These can be disabled, so I can set it true or false. We've got the different linking code types. There's a list, as you can see here, that's predefined in our application. And we give just a good list, a rundown, a sample, if you will. In addition, we can establish different alpha codes. And, if you need to change something, maybe the arc toggle, OC star, which is, I think, more of a geopack, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. We could change that if we needed to. If you want to just require 3-point curves, things like that, you can see you've got different capabilities in here for that. Closing rectangles, all sorts of things. And one I want to point out that I guess you guys overlook, most users overlook it, is the template one. A lot of users don't realize you can actually run like multiple shots at the same time, kind of simultaneously with this one, which can be really handy. So like if you're out in a shopping center and doing a parking lot and you've got the gutter flow line, you could actually take that shot, take a shot on the top front of curb and the top back of curb, marked it with template, and then take your flow line shots and it would actually draw all three at the same time. Which is kind of a nice capability. So I always recommend exploring the linking codes. I can share an article that's online in chat at one point if those are interested in how those codes work, because we've got a nice little communities exercise out there if you want to play with some files. It's actually quite old, so I think it's SS3 when we put that on communities. But this allows you to kind of configure some of that. And you can add your own as well. So we can, add some new ones, again, remove ones we don't want to allow, or just even exclude them altogether. I tend, if I'm going to disable something, and I've only done this once for a company that was very specific, they had very particular needs, we just came through and turned them to exclude. They were false, so the users couldn't see them or use them. Deleting them takes away kind of the defaults. I think turning them off is just as easy as deleting them. So definitely there at your availability. Um, any questions about that before I proceed? I'll definitely get you the communities link. And I say that, I think I bookmarked it this time because every time I say that, I can't find it. But any questions about those linking codes? You guys familiar with that process of a linking code and what it does? It's kind of like a printer. It's like putting a pen down or a pen up, and then it just keeps going with whatever that code is. So if I say start a blue line, and then I keep saying, blue line, blue line, blue line, it's just going to keep, as I'm moving and making those moments down a linear distance, if you will, it's going to be drawing a line. If I say end the blue line, it's going to stop, and I can say start the blue line again, and there's going to be a gap between where I stopped one and started another one. So that's kind of how the technology works, and it will help construct a lot of the linear elements. All right. Well, as we dig into this, that was the linking codes. I want to just reflect very quickly on another one was under the data file parsing. Again, very long list. So if you want to expand the data file parsing, I tend not to recommend hiding all this stuff. But if I click on this, I want you to see that this dialog actually exposes a capability that shows or hides which extensions the user is allowed to bring in. So sometimes when the users want to bring in raw data, the list might be too just extravagant, or you want to force them into kind of a very narrow workflow. You can actually disable their use. So like in this case, we can see this particular control file is set to false. It comes, as delivered from Bentley. There's a bunch of these, as you can see. But there might be some that you guys have to add, and maybe some that you want to hide. And again, this is controlling, kind of administratively controlling that user experience. Some of these details might not make sense right up front, and I do know we usually leave everything on because we're advertising it all. But also worth noting, you can't just sit on this this settings file, and you will have to revisit this from time to time. And what I mean by that is in each release of our product, we might add some new capabilities, some new controls. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, at one point, we introduced, and I got to look for it here. Where's the Maxel file? Here it is. So at one point, we had an agency that actually used the survey since sometime in V8i. And they had all these settings configured. Everything was exactly the they wanted. And they hadn't looked at the software in a while. They just kept using this DGN library to issue these standards, if you will. And what happened is we signed some new agreements, and one of them was with TopCon, using the Magnet software. And we were getting calls from many people in the state of Ohio in this case. And it was because Ohio didn't realize that at Bentley, as the product's advancing, we're adding new functionality. I think we all know that. But they didn't read the notes. They didn't see that there's new extensions that we support in the later editions. So the users that were using TopCon were unable to actually draw their data in the Magnet format. Now they could have very well done CSV, but still, if you can bring it in native, that's not a bad thing. And so as a surveyor, I would say you guys need to just check notes when we have our software updates to see, did we extend into new partnerships with new file types, things like that, because that one affected them. And I guess the Magnet files weren't used for like 3 years because nobody could figure it out. And it was confusing because our product team knew it could do it. And we had to go work with the agency after numerous calls from some consulting firms and then effectively TopCon to really resolve that the agency just didn't enable an update to get this new file type in. So unfortunately, once you make a standard, that standard stays. If our product advances, you may want to copy an update of our standard and kind of weave it into your stuff, if that makes sense. I think I had a question. Yes. I laugh because I used those in Tampa when I worked in Florida. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Probably Windows XP. Yeah, XP. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, and it's funny Casey went the way they went because, like I said, I lived in Florida in the 90s, did a bunch of FDOT projects, actually worked a GEC contract for about a year there when we did the 2000 standards before I moved to Ohio for almost 20 years. Not long enough to call myself a permanent Ohioan. I actually still have more Florida blood than Ohio blood. I don't know which one's better, and we're not going to use today to decide. But regardless, when I moved out, we were using KC a whole bunch. All I can say is that they always had good alignment with Bentley. So when they went the direction they went when Autodesk acquired them and the whole bit kind of went off that other route, we never gave up on them. So we've been able to bring in these file types for quite some time. Actually, SS3, if I'm not mistaken, of OpenRoads technology had that functionality. You could have done that. Now you may not know because somebody may have said, "Hey, let's go set that to false." And you'd never see it in the dropdown. It would never understand to read the file. So this is something you might want to look at. And I can even check with Christy or Hazik or something and find out if they've got maybe in the standards for GDOT, if that's maybe disabled, they might not want to encourage it, but on a project to project basis, it could be really handy. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's a lot. And it works. Well, the standards may be significantly different though, just to be clear, because remember it's the alpha code or numeric code, right, for the linking, as well as the field code. So field codes are different. That could be part of your problem, but that's easy to juggle. But yeah, looks like Greg has a question as well.
Yeah, my biggest question was our office in Selinsgrove. They use like Carlson,
Yep.
so I've noticed the way our CAD manager has it set up. They use like top of bank, bottom bank codes, then they have like the start and the ends. Where
Mm-hmm.
here, all I have is a tablet with magnet, and I've been doing tests and trying to figure out uh, what I need to export. So I saw in the collector here under raw data, there's a magnet XML like you were saying there, but
Yeah,
not
that's this
MXL.
one right here.
So because the thing, in magnet, it's like you don't do a start and an end because it looks at it as a different code where you do like top
Yep.
of bank and then it's all line one. And then when you go to start a new top of bank, you just change it to line two. There's no start, there's no end.
Right.
That was what I was explaining to our CAD manager. Like, this is different. Everybody else has Carlson. We have to use it this way. So I didn't know if we had to start coding it different, but it looks
Nope.
like exporting this magnet XML, if I drag that in, that'll do the line work and the points.
Correct. We can
Perfect.
appropriately parse it. I will tell you, Greg, if you run into any problems, It just was a happy coinkydink that it was Ohio having the issue with banning and blocking the MXL file from Magnet. It was just a fluke. It was an accident. It wasn't purposeful. But when TopCon was calling, a TopCon guy called a Bentley guy in product that they knew through one of the partnerships that made all this possible to develop our ability to read that file type. And he's like, "Yeah, we're hearing it's not working in Ohio." And then the guy, Chris Pear, who's the survey developer, then reached out. He's like, "Hey, Don, you still live in Ohio?" He's like, asking about this. And I got all looped in and met all these guys. So my point is, Greg, if you're having issues with it, even off this next 2 days, ping me and we'll make it work. There's no reason to sit and spin and frustrate over it. We'll make it work. We'll find out what needs to be done to configure that. It's really important because I think it pains people. And I will say, Carlson's the only one that I tend to find is the most problematic for us. They've changed the way, for example, their LandXML, they actually do LandXML 2.0. If I'm not mistaken, because they acquired the LandXML standard, which is supposed to be open. But 2.0 isn't recognized by most. Most people recognized, I think it's 1.2 was the last build of LandXML that was actually like publicly and open and available. So that's the only one we tend to have a hard time with. But we've got a lot of flexibility with all these other formats, even direct connect to Trimble, things like that. So there's a lot that can be done here. So if it feels difficult, contact us. I'll leave it at that because it shouldn't be.
All right, that will save me a lot of time then.
Yes.
Trying to do everything that we do different,
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's hopefully if anything comes out of this, you guys are like, whew, a breath of fresh air.
That's
I don't have to worry. That my job is to make sure you guys don't have to do it harder. And if it is harder, then we're gonna have somebody in development make it less harder. I always tell everybody my job is to make the developers upset. So it either works or I'm sending them a honeydew list that they're gonna cringe about. And especially when it's like a agency, if GDOT says, "Hey, I don't like this," I bet you in the next release or two, it's gonna be in there, right, guys? So yes, this list, just be aware, and I mention it because you can see like this one's set false, so that won't show. Now you're probably wondering, well, what the heck are y'all talking about when you're saying this list? So I want to come back to something real quick, and it had to do with the field book. Now, when I was originally doing the import, the first time I did it with file. Then I did it, with drag and drop. But if I click on file, this is what I'm talking about. That list there. So if this list is too long, and you can be very specific. Notice I was sloppy. I just grabbed the RW5. But if you get into an instance where you need, where is it? It's in here somewhere, that TopCon, you can very appropriately specify that. And of course, it filters. But it also changes the behavior, how it's reading the data too. By me having it on all files, it just tries to grab and juggle all the possibilities. Now, where you have to be careful is if the files are like a .txt, because this could change the way it's reading it, because it may grab the NEZ code, not the XYZ code. So you need to be very purposeful when you're going to bring some of those in. So for the CSV guys here, if you are bringing them in, make sure you're very specific as to what you're grabbing when you pick these filters, or you might get the wrong result. But that's what I'm referring to when I say the data file parsing. So just as a quick and dirty example, and I think it's probably pretty obvious, but all these KC ones up here, if I come back just to share with you how that functions, and I think you know what I'm going to do here, but let's just do it nonetheless. If I come in and let me sort by title, let's grab all those KC files, right? So I want, what is it, these four, and let's just say exclude. So notice I just selected the rows and hit exclude to set them all false. If I hit accept, now when we come back in, And I don't know why I might want to do this unless I'm trying to steer people away from certain workflows. But after I do that, notice they're not there at the top of the list now. So that's all we're talking about. All right. Let me go set that again because otherwise I'll forget. And next time I teach a class, I'll be like, where's all the Casey stuff? That's not that I have that conversation regularly. Grab all those, set those to use. There we go. All right. So that's a little bit on the data file parsing. Just digging in a little bit deeper than I was talking about. Again, with the the extensions that are in that parsing, it's worth mentioning. You guys can put any filter extension in you want. So like, what was it? The comma separated values. If we get into comma delimiting, notice it's just like txt. And I believe there was a COR or something like that. If you want CSV, add it in there. It's that simple. You just put a comma, an asterisk, a dot, and the extension. Very easy to configure. So when we were bringing in stuff earlier and we did the drag and drop, that's how it knew the TDS file here was RW5. It just knew how to read it, said, yep, we're bringing that in. And it understood, based on some rules, how to interpret that data. All right. Any questions about that? I did kind of cover the observations and adjustments. So when you're in here under the adjustment defaults, pretty much this is what you got. Here's your settings. So whatever you've been doing in the past, you can come through and reassign accordingly. And the only way to get this to operate and be applied is by toggling the adjustment on when you're bringing in the raw files. So if I check that on when I bring in stuff, then it's going to apply itself. So just be aware of that. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to skip past our terrain topic because I think we kind of covered that. I basically just stated right now, this is set to automatically create a terrain. It's going to give it a very generic name. This is how we set the default symbology as well as the edge method and the length of that triangle. I know most agencies have kind of a sweet spot for that stuff. Of course, this can be edited later. So if dependent upon the shot distances and all that, and the makeup of where you're at, you need to kind of clean up some of the edges a little. You can refine that at any point in time. I usually go with whatever the defaults are here because it's really not hurting anything. Now, fun fact, my wife, who also now works for Bentley, spent 20 years only processing survey data. She was survey GIS. So I will admit, as much in as many years as I've had, she's way beyond. And so she's taught me some tricks. A lot of times she'll have that set to false until she gets to a critical milestone. Then she'll enable it, mainly because it just it exhausts the processing. So every time you're making survey chain edits, it's communicating to update the terrain. So her logic was that's one less thing she has to wait on the computer for. So if you're looking for performance editing, I would suggest that as soon as you process your data and you get your terrain in here, you could set that to false. And then you could even delete the terrain for the moment and later regenerate it. So that'll afford you a tiny bit of time, but I think depends on the size of your project. If it's relatively small like this guy, I would just leave it on. Probably doesn't hurt. But definitely be aware terrains do eat up CPU because it's got to process all that X, Y, and Z. But on that note, let's take a look just quickly at the terrain itself, because I'm going to hide this for now. Let's go ahead and, where was I? Get my bearings here. Collapse some things. Let's go hide this guy. And so when we talk terrain, it did generate this terrain. Now, we do recommend the boundary. It is the fastest. But when I select and hover on it, I want to point out that we have those quick properties for it as well with this context method. So the interaction in open roads is always about select and hover. and then navigate your mouse closer to the toolbar. Once you start getting that under your belt, you'll be amazing at it. It really is painful in the beginning. It took me a while myself to get comfortable with it. But I'm going to click those properties, and I want you to take a look here. So this is using all that information it used from the survey settings. But that's not where the story ends. I can come back and refine this. If I need to change the edge length, I can come in and do that. If I want to look at different things, remember I said don't pick the pull downs, just double click, and just like that I can see those contours. I can double click to turn them off. I'm not even touching levels. The levels are being assigned by way of passing it through to these toggles, and those toggles then map to an element template that then delivers the levels and look and feel and all that we see here. So I'm basically controlling element templates through here. So I'm turning off more than just one level. Sometimes I could be turning off many. And so you can see I can turn on triangles, things of that nature. I could turn on spots, which we kind of see them because those are all the survey shots anyhow. Yep, there they go. And that one's pretty CPU intensive, I want to be clear. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I double clicked a few times and it's like toggling them on and off. Flow arrows are the same. I can look at flow arrows, typically probably more for drainage users, but if you're trying to understand slopes of these different triangles very quickly, that could be helpful for you. And then, of course, we have our low and high points. Like all of these are toggleable. Same, these are our calculated features right here. This is what is resulting from your effort of capturing it in the field. These are the source features down here. These are the items that you actually captured in the field. So if something's a break line, we'll show the boundary. That's pretty much a default. But even like if you guys are collecting islands, holes, voids, things of that nature. Now I have a question for you guys. I'm a terrains guy, so I always like to quiz the audience about this. Does everybody know what a void is? And if somebody could help explain what a void is, just for everybody else. What is a void when we're talking terrain? Got it. Okay. What is a hole? So I liked how you were like, they're kind of the same. I'm going to tell you they are the same. There's only one difference. And this is important for you guys to know more than anybody. Let's say that, James, we decided that photogrammetry went out and they were capturing a large portion of the site and there's a bunch of obscured areas. And our job is to go out and do some field pickup and fill in the gaps, right? Well, when we get out there, we take all these great shots and we get all this area that we know that the photogrammetry guys had to ignore, right? Those photogrammetry guys put it on void. So they voided out those areas, those tree lines and things that maybe we need to get under. There's more information we need to capture there for the surface. Well, if they put it on void, we can't put the obscured areas in with their stuff. A void is a permanent area of exclusion that operates infinitely as an exclusion, meaning I can merge terrains to my heart's content and those voids will always stay there. They'll always be permanently fixed as a void. It'll be kind of annoying too, because then you'll start scratching your head going, what the heck's going on? A hole is an instance of a void dedicated only to the surface that you assigned it to. So the photogrammetry guys go out and they say that's a hole because it's an obscured area, but you guys went and did your field pickup and you made these little like wavelets of terrains, if you can imagine, just in those obscured areas. When we go to merge those two together, yours will fill in the hole. But if they have it as a void, you're out of gas. It's not going to happen. So the way I look at this these days is a void is you were right on the money. You were like it's an area you just don't want. Like you do not want it no matter what. You don't want even anything coming back into it. It's a permanent exclusion area, permanent. So it'll infinitely through every merger and everything, it'll just stay empty. But predominantly these days, I think most of our work should be better served as a whole. In that instance, because you never know what you're going to get. And I might actually reverse your situation. For me, a void might be the building because when am I ever going to, no one's going to walk inside that house and survey the floor, right? They're going to just survey around the outside. So to me, that would be a permanent, like we never want to see the inside. Whereas a hole would be better served for those, obscured areas that maybe photogrammetry missed or something like that. But I would predominantly use holes this day and age. In addition to this, the island complements the holes. So a lot of times I did a project in West Virginia. It was a combination mobile mapper with photogrammetry and field pickup across a bridge crossing a big river in West Virginia. I just did this a couple of years ago because I'm in services, so we help accounts navigate these types of challenging things. That's my job, is to be a technical representative to kind of give them guidance. And I get to do just enough work that I get to go home at 5, guys. I love it. It's so much better than it used to be, pulling those 70, 80-hour weeks. But the island, in this case, I used the river bank as a whole. So the edge of the river, right where the river starts and we start climbing up that grade, that was all whole. So the river's edge was a hole. But there happened to be a pier right out in the middle of the river with a small, just mound. And that was an island. And when you looked at my terrain, it looked like 3 terrains. You saw the east bank, the west bank, and then this one terrain in the middle. And there was no line strings juding across. I wasn't triangulating the river, which is something I tend to avoid at all costs. Um, so ultimately, islands work really good with holes, but again, voids are permanent blacklisted areas. So the reason I mention this, probably not as much a inroads thing as a geopack thing. I know for sure the geopack guys always used voids on everything. Everything was a void. Well, that really messes things up at this day and age, because what do you think happens? They can't figure out why it doesn't merge right. And then they do the worst thing. They explode everything or drop it, and they try to rebuild it. And so now they're building a copy of your terrain. And, you can imagine the nightmares that possibly could come from that. So it's very important to know that. A little bit, yeah. So when you're going through, this is where we discuss what are called feature types. And the feature type, you can change its designation. So I could see for buildings them being voids. I have no problem with that. But I think almost everything else that's not a building should most cases be considered a whole. Usually it's any area that there's land that you're probably going to survey, but maybe because of the condition it's hidden or something. Like I said, obscured area. I did a photogrammetry project up in Montana once, and it was a very quick and easy thing. And it was funny because they had survey and photogrammetry had been battling it out for a while, like copying each other's stuff. And I just showed them that, and just everything subsided. They had no idea that that was available in the application. So I only mention it because a lot of times we just do the same thing we've done the day before. So almost everybody just goes in and uses those voids. And so that hopefully, yeah, they'll just come in and use voids. They'll usually use spots. They'll usually use break lines, and that's it. So understand these other feature types, because we've got a lot of capability with them. But these are all the source features. This is where you guys are relying on the shot type, the linking code, the behavior or attribution on that particular point feature itself is going to change this behavior. And then ultimately from that, we calculate the rest here, giving you triangles, spots, and etc. So just kind of understand, this is your inputs, this is your outputs. That's how I like to think of it. So that's more or less terrain, and I probably went way on the deep end about that, but I think it's important because it just makes for better output from you guys. And as somebody who used to consume, like I said, I worked for a survey company for a number of years, but you go over my 30-year time frame, and I think most of it was highway design. So I was consuming survey. Um, so I just want a better product. But in this instance, we had a look. We saw some of that information. What I want to do now is jump into another kind of approach to bringing data in. We kind of saw the story of how it's generating this stuff. We are going to pick the pace up as well, just so y'all are aware, because you're probably like, man, this guy, he tells us, a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. I can read it in the book maybe. But you'll notice we'll start to pick up the pace because some of this gets a bit redundant. So the idea is kind of just getting you some muscle memory here. It's kind of the way I do it. But I want to take a look at importing CSV data. And I actually have a method I prefer. And I do it every single time this way, no joke. Even if I know there's a data parsing file with a fancy shortcut and all that, I actually do it this other way just because I like to have my hands on the data. I don't want just magic to happen, like throw a file in, it just generates. So what we're going to do is go through the import wizard, and we're going to see how we can bring this data in. And so if you could for me, I want to create a new file. Now this time we're actually going to just exit this file that we're in. We're going to create a new one. So if you go to the File tab, I want you all to go to New. Now in this case, this seed file, let's make sure that we browse and pick that Alabama West Zone file. Because remember, previously when we first started, we tweaked the delivered seed file, gave it a new name, but now we're going to use that because I want this other file to use that seed file known as the 3D survey seed Alabama West Zone. And on this, well, we just showed you how to do a survey raw file. But a lot of people, I almost think just about everybody uses a CSV more than raw. And so in this instance, I'm going to just call it a survey TIW for two reasons. One, the exercise tells you to call it that because it means text import wizard. But also, for that reason, but it's because it means text import wizard. That would be the other reason. So it's kind of, the book does it, but it also does stand for something. If you wanted to call it survey CSV, you could do that as well. It doesn't really matter to me. It's just a file name. But we're going to make a new file. I'm just going to save that file. So it's going to copy, open that file up. And again, we're going to be generating a base map, much like we just did, but we're just going to use a different methodology. And so now in this one, what we're going to do that's a little different, let's go jump out there to where our raw files were. And remember, here's all those RW5s. I'm going to just kind of kick up a folder, kind of navigate back up into the importing and reviewing, and let's open that ASCII files. And here's a whole bunch, and I always find it interesting that they call it an ASCII file. They use the ASC extension. I don't think ever in my career I ever use that extension. Usually CSV or TXT is the most common, but they gave it a different extension. If we go ahead and we just do an open, I just want to do a quick open with and take a look at this. I'll do this with Notepad here. All right, what we can see is there's a point number, and it looks like a northing, an easting, an elevation, and then a code. This is pretty common. Now, I guess asking the audience here, y'all, is everybody here pretty much CSV driven? Are you guys pulling the raw files? I know we had the magnet conversation a minute ago, but majority of y'all, are you bringing them in with comma separated values file in some sort? Is that a fair statement? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I love. I will tell you one thing: that Import Wizard is a great tool too, because it doesn't have to be this is what's considered structured format. Does everybody understand that term? It's structured. You can see it's literally columns of and rows of information. It's clean. It's easy to kind of to see it. It's gridded out. Unstructured format is when things are a little, non-typical. They still have structure. They just look a little more chaotic, though, a little bit harder, like that raw file we looked at. There's ways to parse that data. And the text import wizard is really powerful to capture that, whatever the format is. So all these different varieties of formats, we can capture them. We can give it a name to it. And so even the magnet one and all these other ones, that's all we were doing. We did it with an import wizard, said this is how that stuff's supposed to look. Let's save that as a template. So every time somebody finds a file of that extension, we just do it automatically. And that's all there is to it. So we're going to go through this experience. And even if there's some other, you know, style of file or whatever that you guys got. Maybe, to date myself, Husky used to make collectors. I don't even know if they're still in business anymore. But if you had something off their device and it was doing something and it was a very special kind of layout, we could use the text import wizard and frame that up so that we could have it for repeatability amongst the organization. That's all this import wizard is. So notice we've got some clean looking file that could have just come out of Excel for all we know. But we're going to use those files and we're going to pull them in. So to go ahead and get started on this, we are in a brand new file. So what I'd like y'all to do again is just get comfortable with creating that new field book. So remember, that's that survey panel. We're going to expand down the field books. Now, if you'd like, you can do it up here, but I tend not to. I don't like the interface as far as this brings up another dialogue and all that. I just rather right click, say new, and let the software do the rest. And it just, mouse clicks faster, put it that way. Now, it does create a field book, same as it did before. And what we're going to do, we already looked at this file. We want to import that ASCII file. And so I'm going to come over here, and when I do new this time, so I'm on field book. Remember, we right click on the name of the field book, that's field book 1. And we're saying we want to import these files into that field book, because I could have 3 or 4. I don't want to, it's not off the root of field books. It's got to be off the particular book we want to insert this to. And I'm going to choose import, but this time, if you could for me, let's go ahead and use the import wizard. Now, when I use the text import wizard, it's immediately going to pop up, just like it did before with that Windows file open dialog. And I'm going to go to ASCII, and let's pick that BWC2E. Now, when I do that, I can double click or I can just single click and pick open. And this is what you're going to get. We're going to get an interface that looks like this. Now, if you were to look at that file I had open a bit ago, you're going to notice that there's a lot more in it. Why is this so short? Why is there not enough info? Well, it's just the buffer. It just reads in so many lines. So don't think it's not reading your data. It's just only reading, about 20 lines or something like that on the list. I never really counted. I think it's 20. But brings about the first 20 lines in. And now we're in a wizard. This is an experience. And a lot of users tend to kind of overlook this. They almost just want to click through it really quick, and they don't soak on what we have laid out in front of you. And so I'm just going to walk through kind of this process. First and foremost, notice these top buttons across here. This controls, whether you finish the whole process, if you're canceling what you're doing. You can see there's navigational buttons that align with that wizard, as well as we have the ability to open up a saved wizard file, a TIW file. So maybe a special one that I wrote because this file's Carlson, for example. I might want to load that up and have it read the Carlson files, which aren't included in my data file parsing. I can always save what I've done. So if I create something custom, I can save it. I'll be honest, I usually don't. Or I could save it as a different name if I already had one. We can always open up text files that we want to import. It's no different. Once I have this tool up, it's this. I already have one loaded, but I can load more in. And I want to look at each tab. We're going to notice this is a wizard, so it's asking me kind of define my text file type. It's saying you loaded some files in. Tell me a little bit about it. Now it's at this point in time, and this I want to go back to our GCS side of things. Everyone overlooks this projections. I have no idea why. Maybe that button just isn't big enough or something. But it's here that if we know what the source data is and we know the destination, we can assign that and it will actually make the adjustments as we're bringing it in. So if I've got, particular information, I click select, you can see like, hey, maybe this was actually right on the border of Eastern and Western zones. I could actually say, oh, well, they did it actually in Eastern, but I needed to go to Western. And we could actually have it make that manipulation. Again, it could be metric to English. There could be adjustments, but we're relying on these GCSs. Keep that in mind in order to accommodate that. But we could assign those. Let me get rid of that because I don't want that. Yeah, there we go. Didn't want to save that. But we can definitely make that as part of drawing this in. Again, I talked about kind of the structured and unstructured format. Right now, what we're doing is a uniform format, so it's structured. If it's unstructured or non-uniform, we would have to change this, and then it'll ask us to pick some of the information there. We're going to tell it what type of delimiting we've done, right? So typically, when it's uniform, it's delimited. When it's non-uniform, it's fixed width, if that helps. They kind of sort of coincide, but there's instances where they overlap too. But generally speaking, if it's uniform, it's delimited. If you have a header, you may want to ignore that, and that's what the start row does. So we could eliminate that header, information, say, you know what, the first 5 lines happen to be the time and date and who did it or something, or some brand information. Let's start on row 6. We're going to start on row 1 because this is a very simple file. But at that point, we've kind of answered all the questions. We want to come up here and choose next. So we really didn't do much. We just reflected upon it. Now, when I do this, this is where we take this and we parse this information a little bit further. So now we need to define a little bit about it. See, what I'm looking at looks like a mess right now. I can kind of hover on each of these rows. We can see details about it, but I need to address the format itself that's being dressed up as. And so in this particular instance, we're going to come through, and if you were to notice this file, when we looked at it earlier, it actually didn't have commas. So I don't know if you guys noticed when I opened it earlier, it didn't have commas. So I can't use commas. Now, the other thing is if I do space, it's not going to give me what I want. If I do tabs, you're going to find that's not reading it either. Well, it has a lot to do with the way that data was structured. It is structured, and I told you, usually it's going to be uniform and it's going to be delimited. But I said sometimes it may not be. Well, this file is one of those sometimes. So as you come through this, you get to a point where like, gosh, it didn't read the data right. What's going on? I talked about our technology and moving kind of left to right and progressing. At one point, you got to realize that it starts getting hard. You might want to back up a step. So as we looked at this, well, that ain't working, semicolons, I don't have any of that. We're starting to get a little confused here. No, I want you to go back. So we're going to return back because typically these two would work. But for our exercise today, it is fixed width. So I want you to see as you progress forward, you go with the assumptions. Okay, that's how it's going to be. Oh, wait, something's not right. Back up a second. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not the delimited. It's a fixed width. And so as I make that slight adjustment, let's hit next again. All right. Well, now the interface looks different. But that's okay. What I need to do is simply come through, and the way this works, it says define column width for records found. So I have to pick the widest parts. So what I'm going to do is come over, and it's, if you're an inroads user, this might make some sense, but I'm going to come over and mouse click behind that 12,000. Notice it puts a blue line denoting there's a column there. Let's come behind my northing, do the same. So I'm marking how it's reading this data. And Full disclosure, it's got the first 20 lines. Somebody said, well, what if I have a really long line? Well, we're telling it, the best we got in the first 20. And so here I'm going to pick that EOP moment to delineate it. And typically the way we read it, I haven't had instances where it clipped anything off. That in this instance, it usually pulls in a variety of different lengths. But here we can see we've got kind of areas that we've marked. Now, at this point, I want to hit next because the fixed width takes you down that pathway. And when I hit next, if it didn't do it right, we wouldn't see things in the respective columns. This one worked. That's fantastic. I've got what I need. Now, again, just like in inroads, we had this ability where we could map each of these columns. You just pick the pull down and you just answer what each one is. That one happens to be the point name. And I know I'm doing northing easting. So there's northing. Let's go ahead and pick easting. And let's go ahead and pick elevation. I'm just picking the pull downs and making assignments to each one of these columns. Now, this last one is just going to be the code. And I've got this extra one. Well, I'm just going to skip it, leave it blank. There's nothing there, so there's nothing to assign. So in this instance, I'm just going to go ahead and ignore that. Now, if you look at what we've done, we've gone through and we've pretty much each reached the end of the road in this wizard. Notice there's no more next. So at this point, we have the ability to do a finish. Now, when we do this, if I hit finish, it's going to ask me, do I want to create a text import wizard file? I'll be honest, like I said, I usually never do. I actually like using the wizard, kind of understanding the data I have and ensuring that I've handled it. I don't want to assume the software is just going to do it. And so the import wizard file, by saving it, a lot of people generate more and more mistakes over time because they just go, oh, I built that one before, it's this file. And they didn't really look at the data as they're bringing it in. So I tend to not create one, but if I go ahead and hit yes, it's going to save it into your software's destination. So if you look, this is going into my computer right now to a very specific location. So only my machine will actually have this. If I want to share this, I got to work with my CAD manager. I've got to deliver them this file and share this as part of the standard so that other people can consume it, because I don't want everybody building them. But again, I don't like to rely on this stuff, but we'll go ahead and do it for today. So let's say this is an ASCII file. You know what? It was a fixed width. And as I think about it, this was point number, NEZ, and it was the code. So I'm just going to use a name, some type of abbreviation, if you will, that makes sense for me. So go ahead and do that. And actually, I did an underscore when I meant to dash. And the only reason is I'm kind of matching the naming syntax that you see here, or the nomenclature. So once we do this and we hit save, it's going to save it. Now, if I have rewrite access, it'll put it in there. If I don't, you'll see that it's going to go put it somewhere else. Please read. I can't say it enough because people will go, I know I made that. It's going to go put it somewhere else. So it's going to put it under my folder, under my account. So I'm going to say yes. And it's going to say, hey, this is where we're going to save it if that's okay. So now if I hit save, it's going to save it. And then we're going to get another question. And so it's going to say, hey, do you want to save this in the import settings? I could definitely say yes. And it'll then start processing that field book, that information that I brought in, that raw file, into my file. And if I fit the view, those decorators are a little busy. So maybe I'm going to go turn those decorators off. There we go. Questions about the text import wizard. Like I said, I personally will bring it in every time, and I don't save the file. I prefer to understand what the software is about to read. Small amount of effort to ensure good quality, I feel. Personal preference. But Now that we've done that, let's go and bring in the remaining files. So I did, in fact, make a file that I can import. So at this point, if we want to go ahead, we can reflect on that text import wizard and bring in the rest. If I come over and I do a right click and we do an import, just like what we did with the other ones, what I'm going to do this time is simply, if I choose file, it's going to take me over to where those are stored. But if I were to choose something like the import wizard again, I can actually load up the TIW file, things of that nature. Now, this can get a bit exhaustive, so I'm going to do this just for a couple of them, just to show you the workflow. So we come in, I'll pick maybe my next file, right? We'll open it up. When this comes up, now I can actually go ahead and open that TIW file that I created. And again, you got to remember where these things go. So as much as I want to try and grab it from in here, it's out under my folder. So I'd have to go navigate to where's my folder? Where did I put that? Is it under documents? You'll see that you're basically kind of trying, I'm in OneDrive. That doesn't help. Let's do this. So I'd have to come into my individual folder, right? There's Don Lee, come in and there it is. So you'd have to remember where to browse to. Then I can open it. And at that point, I don't even need to look at this. I don't have to check anything. All the settings are set. I simply hit finish. It'll import in the next set of data. And we just keep doing this over and over and over again. That's utilizing that text import wizard file. So, process is pretty straightforward. We're not going to do them all because it can be a bit exhaustive. I always found that in our exercises for this training, they have you do it, 15 times? And I'm like, I think 2 is plenty. I don't know what they're trying to prove with that because this gets painful because every time I got to come in and go, okay, I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to my folder. I'm going to go find this. I mean, then I'm going to hit finish, hit yes, and let it process. So slowly adding more and more to this data set. Questions about that at all? I will admit, you won't know what you're going to get until you get it. And so as you start to get the variety of file types and you pull them into the wizard, you'll see that those particular files, the way they're structured, there's a little bit of exploration in how it's going to result in reading it. But when you get to that just before the finish button, you'll get the results. You'll see the columns. You'll have the ability to assign it. If you don't, just back up because you probably have the wrong setting. So we don't need you to necessarily understand all the file structures versus trying, is it uniform delimited, uniform fixed width, or non-uniform delimited, non-uniform fixed width. So, really, you only have a few options there. But what I want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and import, but this time if I import with file and I were to pick those, one thing I want to share with you is that if I saved this into where the software actually installs it, I could have actually assigned that here and pulled those in. So we do have some that are already made. You'll see here I've got an instance of this fixed point number NEZ. I can actually specify that, and I think I brought in like the first, what was it? I brought in this one, that one, that one. So I think 5 through 18, and I can use that option because it's not, disabled, and pull this in to hopefully, fingers crossed, read the rest of those and generate my field book. So not making you have to crawl through all of that. There is a faster way, but it comes down to whether or not those files are being centralized with the rest of the import wizard files. Does that make sense? Hopefully that's a little bit easier. Once you get it right, you can just generate that and pull everything in. So there's my field book, more or less, same as we had before. And now what we'll need to do is kind of just generally review it and understand what's going on in this file. And by the way, if you didn't already know, we are in 3D. So this whole time this has been in 3D, and we'll be able to continue to work with this file. So all of this is read in three-dimensionally as you would expect. All right. Well, one of the things when we go through that story of working with the field books and import is in the analysis, we can look at different aspects. We can understand what's going on. We can find mistakes in the file. And we didn't really explore too much about the editing. But if we go into our data files and just start to expand some of these, and I get into like points and things like that, it's really hard to show in this instance. These are all just points. We can see their name. But if I come over and I look in the all points, hopefully, I forget if this file has it. Nope, we don't have the errors yet. We'll have errors and they're red. And so that'll kind of throw up a red flag, no pun intended there, that something's wrong. The code was used incorrectly. It doesn't match the library. There's always something wrong. So there's kind of a little cue up that there's an error in the file. If there are items that are going unassigned, a lot of times we'll put them on default. So the default category is a great way to catch items as well. So it looks like we have some points that were just placed on default because they didn't match any particular feature. So we do have an ability to quickly let the software scan the data and kind of QA/QC for us. But there's always that moment where you got to dig. You got to look yourself. So let me switch this back to top view. Let me fit this view. And I'm going to kind of squeeze this guy up here because I'm going to bring in a new dialog for us. And I talked about important tools. Well, when we first started out on home, I said Explore is important and properties are important. And as we navigate through this and we were doing field book and analyze, you'll notice that over here on the side, there's some primary tools that I didn't address, one of them being called details. Now the details will bring out a survey detail panel. Only survey gets this. This isn't anything that Open Roads or MicroStation or anybody else can see. And so this survey details panel, 9 times out of 10, I will grab this and dock it to the bottom of my screen. That's just me. I'm not saying you have to, but you'll end up getting a very busy screen. If you look at this and you pin everything out, you start running out of room real quick because you're like, I need to report on this. I need to navigate the tree. I need to dig deeper. You've got a lot you can do to control and understand your survey. Now, what makes this pretty unique is the survey details. Notice right now I'm clicked on the field code called default. And if I were to navigate through here, I can actually dig into my field book. And notice as I'm clicking on things, it's reading different parts in different ways. So we can see different, dimensions or detail on that. We can see how many point features are in this raw file. It gives us counts, linear features, tells us where the file resides, what date and time, and who did it. Some of that is just, more of properties, if you will. But we can dig even deeper and we can get even further into it. So for example, what if I were to come over here to the all linear features or all point features and pick one of these? Well, if I pick all point features, I get the entire list of every point that's in there positionally and everything. Well, why could that be valuable? Well, it helps me understand different aspects, especially if I have to map some media files or something to a shot because something didn't come through right, or if a code was improperly used, I can rectify that very easily. Or in some cases, I might need to select everything and perhaps do things like export these to some other format. That could be really handy. Or I got to generate a report. That could be really handy. So the survey details panel gives me a little bit more control over the data so I can flex it. If we take a look in here, let's just delve into, let's back up. Let's go back to BWC 2E in our data files. So if we take a look here, I'm just going to expand and I told you I could be very explicit, like instead of looking at every data file at once, let's just pick on one in particular. If I came over and I want to look at just those point features, I can isolate to just that as well. So this is a smaller list. And so we can take a look at those items. Now, one thing, again, you can do linear features as well. Nothing really that different there. And you can use the all linear features as well if you'd like. But, perhaps while I'm getting ready to navigate through this and we start cleaning things up, it is worth mentioning that as I'm looking at my field book, it says it's field book 1 is the name. So a couple different ways we could edit this. Maybe I don't want to call it that. Maybe it's got a job number I want to assign to it. We could simply come over and choose that. And if I need, I can just simply type in the name here. So if I went into job 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's the name of it, and I accept that name, it'll reprocess and rename that book. Now, there's more than one way to do it. I did it today under the survey details. I could have very well come over and done it just under the properties. And made the edit on the properties, and that's weird. Let me reopen that guy because he blanked out on me. There we go. So I could have done it here as well. But the idea is you guys have multiple ways to make manipulations. There's a lot of power in the survey tools. Perhaps in my field book, after I renamed that job 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we need to make a edit to some linear features. And maybe in this instance, if I look, let's go down to all linear features and maybe that edge of pavement. I want to see all those items. So notice I can simply just, capture those items in the list and they'll appear because I selected that category. They're all in here. Well, what if I want this list to coincide with what's on screen? There's a couple different ways to do that. Personally, I find the easiest way is to use the checkboxes. Let's turn everything off except the edge of pavement. Now, as I'm doing that and I zoom in, I want you all to see that's exactly what it did. It turned off all the levels of all the other items. So just doing this again close up, there's everything on, everything off. Only the edge of pavement on. I could do the same thing with the point features if I wanted and hide all those. So as you guys go to work and understand the data, you can massage it visually. And I'm not turning levels off. Levels are still on. I'm masking the visibility of them is all. Any questions about that? No? All right, well, let me busy up my file again and turn all these things back on since I'm toggling them all on and off. And perhaps I need to look at this edge of pavement 2 that happens to be at the very top of the list here. If I select that line item, it's kind of hard to tell, but if you look on my screen, I refer to this as the beach ball. I don't even believe it has an official name. I believe it's just the locator, but I call it the beach ball. And so you'll notice on my screen here, I've got this faint little sphere that's kind of appearing in my window. And as a matter of fact, I'll zoom in a little closer so you can see it. It doesn't get any bigger, but it might show you what I'm looking at. It stays the same size as well. It's just for you guys to make some edits. Well, now, as we review, what we can go ahead and do is control that behavior because I have no idea what I'm clicking on and where I need to be looking. I've got so many lines in here, unless I'm really zoomed in that area, it could be off the window, it could be all over the place. So I want to manage this a bit better. And it is an option. I don't know why it's not the default, but it is an option. And so I've selected that edge of pavement 2, and we see this little beach ball. If we come over and we simply right-click on that row, I want you to take a look. I'm over on this edge of the screen, on the left edge of this survey details where the little arrowhead is, and I'm left-clicking. If I do it over here in one of the rows, I get a different kind of experience. So if I come all the way over and just do it over here on the side, I get a flyout. And what I'm looking for is this option titled View. See, on View, we've got the ability to auto center. So if I turn on auto center, what's going to happen is it's going to auto center that little beach ball. So just as an example, let me zoom out of the way here, and I'll just mess up my view a little bit. And as I mouse click, you'll notice it auto centers that survey linear feature. So we can see that now that particular linear feature known as EOP2 is centered on my screen, and I can see what I'm about to work with. So that's a nice little convenience. Now, one thing to note, if you do multi-select, we don't honor it through multi-select. It's literally looking and fitting the individual item. So a multi-select, it's not gonna work. But this can be quite handy to be able to navigate around through your files, just make the experience a little bit better. If I right click, you'll see there's lots of options. As a matter of fact, I can change the status of this element. I can generate a report. So if somebody was asking just for EOP2 as a report, I could do that. There's my information. So immediately just through that selection of that line item and then report on selected items. Now the report, you can mass select, and just like in Excel, you can use Shift and left click. We do the same. So if I grab these first couple of survey chains, we can go and report on them, and you'll see I get the collection. So it will generate as much as you want it to. I don't know how useful this necessarily is in that format, but definitely can help. Now, perhaps something's wrong, and it turns out that the description wasn't completed. So there was a mistake in our data set, and I'll tell you, maybe later I'm using these descriptions to automatically address the text. Maybe I'm going to have some text along that line item that I want to appear automatically as I'm finishing up my base mapping. Well, a lot of our technology leverages these different data fields. And so I want to make sure that the description is filled out because I actually have some standards set up to reflect that as text. So I noticed that whatever happened, this whole column of descriptions is empty. Well, let's rectify this. Well, just like in Excel, if you come up to the upper left and you select, so notice I'm clicking this one little corner section here. It'll select everything in the file. Once it does that, I can leverage that right click I was talking about earlier. And we used it to access the view as well as, I made a report there just a moment ago. But what if we come under the edit selected items? And you'll see we have a whole bunch of these little pencils. Well, in this instance, it turns out that the term description, that field for description, needs to say something. And it needed to say exist edge of pavement. Well, we can come in, select on it, and type in what we want it to say. So edge of pavement. And by doing that, once I come through and accept, it's going to process and apply to the entire column. So now all my edge of pavements have a description. Very quick, very easy edit to the entire column. And so now when I need to generate text later that's going to say this maybe along the edge, it might be an offset along the edge of that existing pavement. I don't know how many people would ever do that. It might be a utility or right of way or something, but in the case of my pavement, I can have a call out. Driveways might make sense or side streets, but I don't know about the edge of pavement there. At this point, we could take that whole mass selection again, and I could say, it turns out we do need this to be a report. So just like I did earlier, I still got it all selected, report on selected items, and you guys can see that here is in fact the description now applied as part of that report. Now, One very powerful thing, I'm going to go ahead and hide the properties panel so we can kind of focus. One very powerful feature is commonly, not always, but I mean, it comes up. You'll realize that your shots weren't at the right elevation. There was maybe a miscalibration of some sort, and you need to raise everything or lower it, everything. And I've seen users do this in Excel, manipulating data. We're just going to do this right in after we've drawn this into our file. So what I'd like y'all to do is just pick the all point features on your Explorer, and you're going to notice it populates the survey details with point numbers. Now, what I'd like to do is, again, mass select everything in the file. And I want you to pay close attention to my elevation column. Notice I've got a variety of different values. So previously I typed in exist edge of pavement and it made everything exactly the same. I do not want that right now. If I have everything exactly the same, it becomes a flat surface. So what I want to do is just simply raise everything. Now to go ahead and do this, we're going to make an edit, and we're going to edit the particular elevation. So I'm going to come through, and we're going to raise them all by a foot. And so what I'm actually going to do is right-click on that left edge. We're going to go to edit, and I'm going to look for my elevation. Now when I find the elevation, I want to add a foot to the entire job. So I simply want to plus 1. If I do -1, it drops at a foot. And so every shot elevation will be pulled down by that value or raised up by that value. In my case, I'm elevating everything by a foot. And once I go ahead and accept by clicking on that green check, so very important to note, I put +1. If I just use 1, everything's going to be 1 foot in elevation. But +1 is going to add a foot. When I accept, 632 150 is going to become 633 150. So we'll let this finish processing, and notice changes like that can be easily applied. So think about that as it relates to raw files too. Maybe one of them was slightly off. I can isolate just to that data file and say, oops, this one needed to be raised by, whatever it may be, whatever that value is, a foot, something like that. So very quickly and easily, I just adjusted the entire project. Any questions about that? There's lots of little shortcuts like that. Plus, minus, all of that will add or remove. Obviously, we want to get most of these descriptions and things named correctly. It's preferred that they're done right up front, but my point is you can rectify this pretty easily after. So once it's already in the DGN. A lot of users tend to go back to the raw file and try to manipulate that so then they can get the software to do it. But I want to assure you, the software also has the ability to do it. So you don't need to necessarily throw away what you've already been working on so hard to put together. Let's continue, and we're going to take a look at editing some elements. And again, we're going to dig a little bit deeper in the courseware on some of this, but we want to take a look at some of our survey chains. And so if I come out here, I'm just going to kind of zoom out on the site here. A lot of the work that we tend to do, by the way, happens to be over here on the left side, or I guess you'd say the west side of the project. But I want you to look here. There's an edge of pavement just there on that south side edge that when I select, we get a bunch of these little bubbles and pieces of text. These are the handles. These are the manipulators I talked about earlier. And I said, let's build that from a 10 to a 20, and we'll make it bigger. It's chunkier. It's nice and chunky. We can see it. It's easier to kind of grab. And so if we take a look at that on that particular selection, I want you to hover on that element after you select it. Now we get a context-sensitive menu, a toolbar that's configured around that particular element. And in this particular case, because it's a linear element, I'm getting some controls and capabilities that will allow me to manipulate it. If I traverse across, we can see there's an edit point feature. Now, if we were to toggle this, it's going to allow me to address it in the survey details. Kind of hard to see. I did it very quick. I apologize, but it immediately reflected that down into this details. So just like that, I can leave the details panel up. I can kind of traverse through that toolbar, say edit the point feature. This will immediately populate with only the point information that I'm seeing on the screen up here. And of course, as you single click, notice I have that auto center. So as I'm clicking down the list, I can actually navigate through this. Now, most of us aren't going to necessarily do it like that. Just want to let you know you could. I can also use the little move next button to kind of navigate. It's not as interactive though as actually mouse clicking. But if you're like me, most of the time I'm zooming in and out of these things or panning along. I just want to kind of generally know where it's at. So just another way to interact with the elements. Now, again, we do have those view commands. So if you want to do some other things like center it or fit it, there are some additional options here. So this will center on that particular item. This one will actually fit, and zoom the whole thing. So you'll notice slight differences in some of the functionality. All right. Now, there are instances where we can essentially control some of the selection of these items as well. So if I've got a very large field book, for example, or something that I need to be able to grab certain files, certain elements, I can use the selection functionality. So if I right click, you'll have seen that we actually have selection where we can emphasize or de-emphasize certain items. So if I want to emphasize something, oops, come on, selection, emphasize selected items. It just changes it a little bit. It makes it a little bit visually different is all. Of course, we can come back, use the selection tools and de-emphasize everything, and it kind of takes focus off of all of those items. Ask me how many times in my career I've used this. I really don't. But I do know some people really love the idea of selection sets and having some control and capability over that. I tend to reflect against the survey details more than anything, and I don't get hung up in all of those little options. So personal preference, apologies to pass that on to you, but I will say one of the most useful things is by far being able to select things and know that you can generate a report specifically on those items. In addition, let's say that I was only asked to deliver edge of pavement to land XML format for a contractor. He just wants the edge of pavement or a shoulder only. I could actually generate a land XML file right from the survey details of just those survey elements. So I don't have to worry about trying to trim up or chop up my CSV file and give them that. I can actually do it right out of the file I've been working on this whole time. So more or less, that's the survey details. It is worth noting there is a message center in here, so it will detect issues and errors. We'll talk about cleaning up later, but there was an issue with one of the buildings. It's not closed. So if that building is doing voids, which this one is, it's not going to actually make the terrain correctly, and it's warning me about that. So it's something that's there to self-check a little bit, so I don't have to go scour the whole file. Our technology is there to kind of help point out potential errors or omissions. Any questions about that? No. Now we did talk a little bit about triangles, and I do want to point out that you can alter the functionality. I think it kind of goes without saying, but I want to make just a quick edit if I could. I'm going to get rid of the details for now and close that. And for this, what I'd like to do is just turn these triangles back on for a moment. So as we talk about, let's do this guy for a minute, turn these triangles on. Now, in my particular project, and I think it's over here, they have us do it. In this case, what we can see is there's, the triangulation's passing through, it's skipping like this fence line, of course, but all of this is driven by the actual feature itself. So in cases where some of the features are declared as a break line, it's going to affect the triangulation. And in cases where it's not a break line, notice that one's do not include, it does not triangulate. Pretty straightforward, I think, as far as surveys concerned. I think most of us should know that, but just be aware. Now, in some instances, there's potential issues. So I believe on this one, where was it? Is it this guy right here? So in this case, this particular culvert, for whatever reason, accidentally got captured. And if I was to come through here and kind of turn the site a bit, you can see the results of that. It's triangulating down like a ditch. It was not intended to be picked up that way. So in this particular instance, let me orient my view here a tiny bit. You can see that really messed up the triangulation. You can see it all the way down the site as it's just really digging deep like a V-ditch. So in this instance, I need to make a correction. Now, I do want to let you know that I turned on the temporary triangulation. So if I come back over and I pick on this, I want you to see I have the triangles on right now. But the look and feel is set to a feature definition known as existing boundary. Here's the thing, if I update anything that affects the terrain, it's going to return back to this look. So this triangulation right here is going to be turned off because that's the default. So if I want the triangles on more permanently, when you're working with this stuff, you may want to change the feature. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that as things are dynamically updating, it doesn't restore back to the defined look and feel. It's kind of like setting a microstation level, overriding the level, and then the CAD manager updates the level. Your stuff's going to go back. So if you want to permanently keep, you need to make a permanent level. And that's what we've done by making that reassignment of the feature definition. So I selected my terrain, hovered on it, went to the properties, and simply chose existing triangles instead. And so now those triangles are going to stay on for what I'm about to show you. And I'm going to do my best. I always apologize. I never hit this from the right angle, but I think you might see it, is that this particular culvert was accidentally assigned as a spot and break. Well, let's go ahead and pick on that line. So I've selected it, and I'm going to hover on it. Now I'm able to edit the properties of this. It turns out that that survey chain, if you will, was accidentally assigned as a spot and break, and it shouldn't be. Right now, the terrain model attribute says it's determined by the feature, and that feature had that in there by accident. I can override this. I can just choose it and say, you know what? This is do not include. And just by saying it's a do not include, it will immediately ignore it from the triangulation. So look at how those triangles cleaned up through here because that wasn't supposed to be incorporated. There's shots along each side of it, and there's a slope that's kind of crossing over that because the culvert's underground. So assignments like that can be readily made, and they're pretty easy. Certainly, we want to limit that type of activity. It's better served that it's been captured with the right code and that that code has the right behavior. But in today's example, we purposefully did it wrong so that you guys could see that behavior as you make those changes, those overrides. Any questions about that? No? So you kind of drank from a bit of a fire hose because this first exercise tends to go a little bit longer than the rest because honest to goodness, it kind of arcs almost the whole story. So what we're going to do is kind of repeat a little bit of this and in general, kind of talk about it. I want your guys' input as we go through the next stages of the course that we have in front of us. So we've already done the first one, which tends to have a lot of redundancy to some of these capabilities. Our next one we're going to talk about happens to be these link code. They're called dynamic link list features. They have a really long name. I usually just call them the survey features. It's only when I downgrade them that I call them point list features. So these are dynamic link list features. We're going to work on this one next. Any questions about what we covered? Because we covered a lot. And just to recap, we've pretty much talked about creating project seed file, the importance of that, and how that kind of coincides with the GCS. Why it's always important, regardless. I tell users all the time, always check your units and stuff on your files, even if it came from a seed file, you want to double check. And then we created that file from it. We introduced the field book. We saw 2 ways of importing data. We understood how the survey settings have kind of administration over the behavior in that environment. We got to learn about how Explorer worked, loosely touched on decorations, but then we played around with the survey details. We did a couple bulk edits, changing the description and the elevation, and we also did a little single edit instance. And then finally, we just kind of saw how we could reflect against that into the terrain itself. So as we're making changes to those break lines or those terrain attribute assignments to those linear items, we could see how it was reflected in the terrain. So a lot covered in 70 pages. Tells us kind of the general story. What we're going to go ahead and do next is, again, take a look at these link codes. Now, I will tell you, I tend not to spend too much time in this one. And the only reason is because some of the editing is really painful. And I mean that in a good way. I discourage, just advertising, here's how we're going to do all these changes. Oh, that's right. This is the one that doesn't have the chapters. But in this one, just want to point out, we're going to take a look at displaying and undisplaying the survey features. We've already done that. It's just checking those check boxes in the survey. We're going to correct some items. So we're going to make some edits and we're going to remove some things. And then we'll show you how to add some arcs and how to finish with text. But again, I'm not going to spend too much time because there's this one exercise with driveways that I think they have you do like 15 different driveway edits. It's like you're actually doing a real project. 2 or 3 I find acceptable. After that, I think it's just getting a little exhausting for no reason because you guys are already familiar with making lots and lots and lots of edits when something's bad. I just want you to get some of the mechanics down. But that's what we're going to cover. And then, as a result, you'll have known those things. Pretty straightforward. So if y'all can, what I'd like to do, we're going to jump into the next file here. And so we're going to stay in the same environment. So we're still in the training examples, training Imperial, except for we've already made some new files for you. So they're going to look very familiar. It's the same data. Just this time we're going to work with it. Part of it is we don't want to break the continuity. So we actually make kind of fixed files. That's why these are chapterized this way. So if you made a mistake or you couldn't do it, some complication, we've already got one made for you. So don't worry about it. And so what I'd like to go ahead and do, let's close the file we're in. All right. So we close that file. And before I totally jump into that next section, remember I told you I turned on that log file. Well, if you notice, here's the default log file. And I didn't really keep anything, so you're not going to see any physical changes. But any edits I make to position of items, things like that, you're going to see that track here. So when we go and do this next exercise, expect to see this getting filled out. So we'll take a look at that. And so we will be working in this Edit Linking Code Survey Features course. And we will be opening, so I want you to choose Browse. We'll be opening, make sure you're in the right section, that's the O2. We're going to be opening that survey-raw DGN. Now you may, on occasion, get prompts like this. And what this is saying is, hey, somebody did this in OpenSite Designer. You're an Open Roads Designer. And on top of it, they did it in an earlier release. You're doing it in a newer release. One thing to note, it will upgrade this file if I hit yes. And if I hit no, it's read only. So if you're an agency and maybe a consultant delivered a file that was newer, and I'm not saying that's appropriate, but I know it also sometimes happens. And honestly, sometimes it's just because they're future proofing, because eventually you will be in that version at one point, if not releases later. You can still see the file read only. So if they're delivering during stages of a project of some sort and they're not even at the final, that might be okay. You can still read only, you can still run reports, you can still do all those things. But I also want to mention the fact that Open Site Designer is a little bit, I want to say, politely lesser capable application than Open Roads. Open Roads just has many more tools. This is going to brand the file and lift it up. You may see this a lot. I would actually expect you guys to see the open site to open roads more often than maybe the versioning uh, occurring. And the reason is for small mom and pop survey companies, it's just substantially cheaper for them to have only what they need. They only need the survey tools. They don't need all the highway tools. They're just not using them. So it's more cost effective. There's nothing wrong with it. The file is exactly the same file. It just means it doesn't have a quarter model in it. So in this instance, you may see this a lot in your line of work. Now, it could also work against you. You could see where they give you a file and you're a survey shop and it came from a larger company, let's say Jacobs. They give you a file, they're using Open Roads Designer and your organization might be using OpenSite. Well, you can look at it read only. You won't be able to necessarily open the file, which might be appropriate anyhow, because contractually, that may be their survey file, not your survey file. So just, you know, read the dialogue, take a moment to understand what it's saying, and if you're really unsure, coordinate with a technical lead, whether it's a CAD manager or somebody in the organization or agency to get guidance. But I will tell you, in my experience, there's really little harm in this. And I've heard every excuse, and I can save them up, I can save them down, I can change them. I mean, there are ways to do it. Um, and I would usually err on the side of caution. I know the agency GDOT guys, you're not going to like to hear this, but I'll almost always use the newest. And it's because by the time you get those files to actually have ownership of them, you're probably already on that version of software then. So a lot of times it's a matter of months and months and months. Eventually IT says, hey guys, you're on the new open roads. And 2 days ago I just gave it to you on the earlier version. Well, you're going to get this prompt the next time you open it saying it's going to upgrade it. So if the consulting firm gave it to you in an even newer one, yeah, you have it read only until you get that install, and then you have it read write when you get the install. I don't see any harm in it. And again, you can save it down. Any questions about this? Because we're going to hit yes. I always talk about this one a lot because this is the one that everybody gets hung up on. And I had a company, the poor guys, I think it was Kentucky. They've been sitting 5 updates behind because Kentucky was using a version that was 5 schemas earlier. And every little thing you could imagine, labeling and errors and bugs and all that, they've been sitting on it when really all they need to do is load the new one. And every time if the client said, hey, I need it in that release, they just say save down and give it to them. There's no change in fidelity. So it was unfortunate that all their users were suffering. So I stress this, but we're going to hit yes if you get that. All right, so as this is loading up, you'll notice that base map is complete. You'll notice that we are going to make further refinements because this wasn't correct. Some of it, I feel like there's so many mistakes in this one. I would have actually talked to the field crew and said, guys, what happened? Because our guys, when they tried to fake a survey to make it look bad, I was like, I want to let everybody know in my career, I've never seen one with this many mistakes. It's like, so it's a little fake. I want to full disclosure, just point out it's a little fake. But as we're in this file, let's go take a look at a couple of things. And I want to bring something up these slides that I give you and these sections in our books, they're important. So if I pull something up and show you, it's probably good to dog ear it. So we saw that picture before, but let's really understand what these are. So survey linear features. There's three types, and you remember it was kind of like good, better, best, or smart, kind of inflection point, and dumb. And so the linking code features, just by definition, it's generated based on the linking code and the specific order. I want to say specific order in which the points are collected. It doesn't say specific, but it's the exact order that that guy walked around taking shots. Now, it is dependent on where those points are listed, but you'll actually see where he walked and every little shot he took in every step of the way. The next one is the pointless linear feature. Now, they're just based on an order. So you can rearrange the order of shots. So if he kind of bow ties where he goes one way and zigzags back the other, you can rearrange that by downgrading it to a pointless. That's one of the most popular reasons people do that, is to change the kind of shot chronology. And so this one is not dependent on the order. So that's why most people go to this one at one point, because they're like, well, he made a mistake. He missed a shot. He had to go back. If I use the first item, I'm stuck with it. So I got to downgrade it to register the edit. And it's really just for that. It's because we're making notations that you're making edits. So part of the downgrade is to say you're doing a local override. It's just for good record keeping. And then the last one just basically destroys everything. So if you don't want to provide a field book in any kind, you can do it this way. I did say there were some pros of leeching and microstation stuff, but what we're going to focus on right now, first and foremost, is working with the smartest form of survey data. So just keep that in mind. So this one we're focusing on is the link code feature. So we talked about how linking codes are captured. I showed you the survey details themselves as far as the Open Road standards. We saw those settings for that particular file. We saw this previously. This controls the behavior as we're bringing in that data. And we also looked at what a linking code was, and I came over and we accessed this panel. So we kind of understood, when they say ST, it's going to start a string. Now, we do have numeric as well, and notice that we've got the first 12 basically accounted for. After that, they just canceled those out. They're all negative ones. And what we're going to do is we're going to recognize how this is using the linking code, the raw file, and using some of these options down here. So I didn't talk about this. I'm going to close that for a minute because it's going to make noises. And we have what's called a linear feature linking method, a force curves to line strings option, and a feature linking style. So how it's going to behave there. And let me do my best to try to share the names here a little bit easier. And so when we look at linear feature linking method and we say it's by field code, it's going to look at every field code as it was done, and however that individual has used it, it's going to treat it that way. So it's going to behave in accordance to the field code. And you've got options. You can do it by consecutive, by items that match. It just depends on your organization. I will tell you most do it by field code. Now, forcing curves to line strings. I've seen users that don't want curvature in their file. It's more chorded. If you force it to line strings, that's what you're going to get. And typically, I'll see this set as is as false. We usually, if we honor a curve, if you put a curve in there using the linking codes. Now, the linear feature linking method. This is where we get into that discussion of the two types. So by linking code, that's the smart one. So this settings file says, hey, anything that comes from raw data is immediately going to process in the most intelligent manner. So if Don walks down the job site taking shot after shot after shot, oops, he backs up and takes another shot. Then he walks ahead and takes more shots, puts that zigzag in. By linking codes, it's going to automatically manage it that way, and I would have to downgrade that particular line string that was generated. I don't have to do the whole file, just the individual item. But some organizations don't want to have to downgrade an individual string. They want to do all of it right as this stuff is being generated. This next option, for force pointless features, would do that. It would downgrade everything. So if you want to do it as it's being drawn into the file, you can automatically force that here. We're not going to do that today, and I don't typically recommend it. These are good defaults. They work really well. And again, why downgrade everything? The stuff that's good, why even touch it? We just want to fix the stuff that might be bad. But this is controlling this linking experience, as you'll see. So let's take a look. We're hopefully still in our survey workflow. And we just kind of want to look in some areas. So right over here, you'll notice there's some pavement gaps. I'd like you all to take a look at those pavement gaps. We can see some shoulder and some edge of pavement, some gaps in there, and it happens to be just here on the northern part of the site. And so if we come in, we can navigate through Explorer. We can go find the field book. So I want to go to our survey group panel, and let's just kind of navigate into that particular field book. And what I'd like you to do is let's come into the all linear features, and we're going to check off everything. And as a matter of fact, I'm also going to do the same with all point features. We're going to turn everything off. Now, when I expand each of these, what we're going to do is we're going to come in, and I just want to be very explicit. I'm going to turn on only the edge of pavement where I see it, as well as it probably wouldn't hurt to do the shoulders. So in our book, we actually have you do, I think, the shoulders first. I tend to do them all at the same time. And so you can see I've basically isolated to edge of pavements and shoulders, because that's what I'm going to be trying to clean up here. And clearly there was a gap. I don't know if they went home for the day or what happened. The next day they picked up where they left off and forgot that they didn't have continuity there. But we can see those gaps. And we're really just going to kind of come in and take a look at these points and clean things up. So I've kind of thinned down the set with Explorer, as you can see. It probably wouldn't hurt to go to the Analyze tab and turn on some of those shot markers. So let's turn on those decorators here under our Analyze tab, Decorations. And I'm going to turn on maybe the name and that field code. This lets me see the point number, and it lets me see a little bit about that feature itself that's being assigned. Now, as I look in here, we're going to see a bunch of different shots, and I'm just going to kind of come over here to this gap here, so the rightmost one of the two. And if we come in, there's a couple of points out here, and I can zoom in. I'm looking at 1229 and 1228. So just so you're aware, this happens to be the southbound inside shoulder and edge of pavement. And if we take a look, let's go ahead and just mouse click on 1229 for a minute. And if I hover on it, I can get to a context sensitive menu, even for the point. So I'm selecting the point, and I'm going to expose those properties. So just to revisit that, I selected the marker, hovered on it, and went to properties. Now, my full-blown properties is open. I could also do it that way. But I'm going to use the quick properties for this. Now, in this particular case, let's see what happens, because this shoulder, it's got a starting linking code. So the linking code here, if I were to look at this, that's called shoulder 1. If I look over here, this one's called shoulder 1. Let's see what happens if I change that start linking code here. So if I come over and change this linking code, I'm overriding it and setting it to none. It happens to jump through the string, and it goes back to that field code known as shoulder 1. So there's continuity. So I was able to join those pretty quickly just by changing that code. So they accidentally restarted. They didn't need to. So that's a simple edit. Now, I will tell you, this is where things get a little troubling, because then you're like, okay, well, I'll turn this start off. Oh, now it zigzagged all the way across the site because maybe the field code that they used from the day before, they happen to start the next day and they're already, down further on the project or something. Sometimes I've seen that. So an edit like that, by using that link code method, you can see the results of that. It's just one example, and it's a pretty clean and easy one. Is it very real world? Maybe. Maybe it is. But we've gone ahead and done that. Now, if we look, we'll see it just connected to that 1216 point. So it found that one and continued because they have a common name. But let's go and clean up some other ones. So we're going to do this, and let's go clean up some of the other shoulder points. So they want us to clean up 1221, 1226, 23, and 30. So we're going to see these. Here's 1226 down here. We're basically cleaning up each of these shoulders. So if I come over and do this again, I can switch this from start to none. We can see that line string jump. Now, I don't want to have to keep touching the points and bringing out that dialog. So I'm actually going to do this further away, but I'm going to use the properties dialog in this particular instance. So I'm using the full-blown properties dialog. So if I deselect, you can see when I pick it, it populates. And all I'm going to do is come in and change that link code. So just another way to do the same thing. If I set that one to none, you can see the correction. Do the next one, set this one to none. Again, you can kind of those edits changing. Now, we've got some of those edits done, and we want to do the edge of pavements as well. So we're going to kind of repeat this process a little bit. Now, on this, they're going to have us do a couple of different shots here. So let's come over to 1228 here for a minute. If I pick on this one and do the same thing, I'm going to switch it from start to none, that whole thing disappeared. And so this is an example of where problems start to come in with this other methodology. Why did that completely disappear? Well, it turns out that along those linear items, that was the only starting point for that particular feature definition. So I got to put that back to start for now. We'll have to revisit how we can manage that. Now, if I were to take a look here at 1217, I don't even have a line. If I come over and select this one, let's set this one here for a moment to start. It didn't really do anything. Well, again, this is where this game gets a little confusing, because what you need to know in our example today is that that was the solution. Having one off and the other one on was the solution. And that's where I said things get a little crazy. And also notice we don't even have a point up here, so this still needs to be rectified a little bit better. But in general, this is driven and ruled by the order they were walking the site and taking the shots. And they happen to have their start and stops kind of out of sequence. And so this is just saying, okay, he took this shot before he took this next shot. He accidentally miscoded it. This one was taken just as an individual shot. He used the start code. I'll be honest, I probably would have been goofing around for a while before I ever figured that out. As one comment I had in our training class for years now is, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know if they would ever have an error like that. And great chance that I wouldn't use this methodology to try to fix it. So not trying to downgrade its value, other than to point out that it can lead to some more confusion and you're just pressing buttons on and off, hoping to get the right field book. So just keep that in mind. And so as we kind of continue on, same thing kind of occurs. You'll see we've got, what is it? I think 12, which ones? I think they have you do 1231. So we're going to do the same thing with this guy, come through and set this guy. Same as we did, set that one to none. It happens to work. We go to this next one, same thing. And it's just finding where the linear item shares the same field code and just looks further ahead for where one of the starts are. So chronologically, this shot was taken first. For some reason, they accidentally put another start in, and we're just saying, no, we didn't need that. So then this line string can generate as one whole joined line string based on the order those shots were taken against that particular field code. And they could have been working the site cross-sectionally, running multiple chains. It's not that they actually walked down the edge of pavement all the way. We're talking multiple chains. It just happened to be he got discombobulated and he accidentally put something on a start again. So just small error. Any questions about that? Because this tends to get a little annoying in my opinion and hard for me to explain, but I think also sometimes hard for users to understand. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this guy, yeah, I thought I already did him. If I set him, yeah, he'll jump through. But you can kind of see how we're starting to heal it up. But this could take quite a while, as you can imagine, toggling those on and off and all. There are easier ways, and we'll take a look at those coming up. So in some instances, we've got, gaps where we've got like our shoulders. There's a pretty big gap here. So if I take a look, I believe it's this one right here. This shoulder, I'm a liar. Shoulder 1, I think. Where you at? Shoulder 1, right there. So this one right here, this shoulder 1. So there are other ways to clean this up. Now in this, we're going to use the point list. And just to kind of show you what we're talking about, you can't change the order. If I were to select this linear element and we hover on it, we get our context menu. And you'll notice that there's what's called managing a point list. If I select this, I get the following dialog. And you should also notice it tries its best to center that entire line string. And it gives me details as far as the directionality of the shot. So they said start. So from this point, it's moving forward. And I can look at this particular dialog and I can see the results of that. Now, this allows me not to change the point order, but rather to access the linking code a little bit easier. So in the case that this might have been set to none, I can come through and set that to start and get that to be connected appropriately. Now, what this doesn't do very well is joining things, and we'll take a look at that coming up. But if we go ahead and we look at that particular point, let's go ahead and set this one for the moment to none. I'm going to go ahead and accept, and you'll notice it kind of hacks that off. So we kind of lose that because there is no other shoulder 1 anywhere in our file that was done in an order where that's going to continue. As a matter of fact, if you look up here, you'll see there is a shoulder 1, but it was done at a different time. So the line work isn't going to flow correctly. So let's go ahead and hit undo, which is kind of nice because in MicroStation, undo even works with the civil info. So how do we fix some of this stuff? Let's take a look at a driveway linear feature. We've got some driveways that might not be generated correctly. Well, notice I've got all of those line work items turned off. Let's go ahead and locate the points for driveway, DWY in this case. And let's go ahead and look at all linear features for the same, DWY. So when I turn these on, just want to tell you, they've got some really goofy looking driveways. Like some of these are just horribly laid out as far as this driveway is concerned. I could turn on the aerial to kind of get a better example of what's wrong with it. But as we look, you can see there are some mistakes made. If I want, I can turn off the edge of pavement and the shoulder, of course, get all that line work out of the way, get all those points for that out of the way. And typically, you might want to do that just as kind of a checklist of what you've QC'd so far. Kind of handy to just kind of individually go down the set and verify everything visually and filter things down. So you can see I'm isolating to just the driveways now. Now, it's pretty apparent if we look over here, these 2 points don't make any sense. They're just juting out across. I can see what looks like a complete driveway, more or less, but these 2 points are really causing me some heartburn. So we're going to take a look and make some corrections to them. Now, if we go ahead and pick, it turns out they don't belong in that particular, they were miscoded with the field code. So if I pick on this 4658, for example, we're going to look at the properties dialog, and there's a field code right now called DWI. Now, the problem is this other item over here is called DWI. They happen to use the same field code. We need to change this ever so slightly. So when you go out and survey multiple chains, it's not uncommon to actually kind of sequence them, right? So let's give this a new one. Now, I'm just randomly picking 11. And to be quite honest, it's because if you were to look at the list, there isn't a DWI 11. I think it ends on like 10 or something. So we're just going to pick the next sequential field code, and I'm going to accept. As soon as I do that, it removes it from that. So that's a way to keep your point and remove it. If I come over and look at the next one, grab the point there, you're going to see that's DWY 1. And why don't we go ahead and also make that an 11. So I'm just going to add an individual 1 to the end of that one. And just like that, I've removed it to kind of, refactor a little bit that driveway. And clearly all these other shots are just a mess through here. Probably going to have to use an aerial to make sense of what happened out there. But in general, you'll see it dynamically adjusts and removes and adds them to this linear feature. So if you can, go ahead and select those particular 2 points, 4658 and 4659, and assign them to DWY11. And I thought, yeah, there he is. Okay, that was weird. He kind of masked out. But we want to make those assignments. Now, in this next instance, you're going to see that we've got some discrepancies. I mean, the driveways are a mess as it is. And if I take a look here, there's a couple of shots that we're going to change some of the field codes to. And this is, again, where I kind of get a little frustrated with this exercise because they're like, change it to this number, change it to that number. They're not exactly explaining why you would change these. It turns out it was just assigned to the wrong field code at the time. Again, they're kind of doing multiple chains at once. And so between 4642 here and the 4666, there's a gap. Now, part of the reason, if I look, that's DWY3, and this one is DWY2. And for whatever reason, maybe they went home for the day again and just started anew and didn't realize, we're going to change this particular element to be in the same family of driveway as this one. So if I change DWY3 to DWY2, oh, come on. And that is interesting. He did not update my driveway. Hang on. Undo that for a minute. Come back in. Oh, because I didn't do the points. Ugh. Did not edit my points, guys. So if I edit the point, you'll see that it starts to make the appropriate connections. And sorry, actually, they did not want to close the back. If we wanted the back closed off, this would all have to be, every one of these shots would have to be on the same feature, meaning these would all have to be DWY2, 2, 2, and the start would actually be set to none, so it could string all the way around. But in this instance, apologies. So we just had 1 point on the back of that drive that we needed to edit. So just cleaning up the driveways, and again, it's a little, not necessarily difficult, but not as easy as what you'll see coming up. And we'll do one more driveway cleanup, and I'll kind of pause because this one gets really exhausting. and we'll continue on with some other edits. But on this one, we've got a few things going on here. And if you take a close look at the driveway up here, it's the one right here, it's all twisted. If we come in right here up at the approach, what I want you to see is that this line does not even intercept into this other one. So they kind of have a gap there. And we want to clean some of this stuff up. And so what we want to do is make sure these points actually, in fact, connect. And so for 2055 and 2056, these are these shots respectively. So let me zoom in a little bit closer. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to open up that linear feature, and we're going to go and access the edit point features option. Now, when we do this, it does bring those survey details out. And as you can see, this is currently called driveway 20. And what we're going to do is edit this because without getting into too much detail, this one is, we're going to be playing this kind of renaming game, if you will. And you'll see there's some gaps up through here as well, shots up here. So here's a driveway 20. I think there's another one up here somewhere. But it turns out that they got this one all goofed up. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is just essentially reassign these. And they want me to call it driveway 30. So that driveway was supposed to be driveway 30. So if I select everything, right, I can actually go to the particular column if I want and select it this way as well. So I just want to edit maybe the field code column. I can do that, and we can even go and rename the columns this way or edit them. And so I can do a whole column this way as well. And so if I want to change this to driveway 30, I could make that edit, and it will join it into that family of driveway 30 field codes. Now, we're not done. Again, that's why this process can tend to be a little exhausting, because what you'll learn is that the order at which this was being done in as well needs to kind of be transposed. So if I come in here, I want to transpose this and essentially flip its direction. So we can go ahead and do that and transpose it. And it was very subtle, but I want to point out that the start code was then flipped the opposing direction. You might think, well, I thought the whole point of this was to go in the order that those shots were taken. Well, yes, in the order they were as a linear item. You can flip the direction of the whole thing, but you can't change the order interior to this linear item. Don't ask me why, it's just the way they designed it. But at this point, we're going to want to grab and add in this other shot. So this other shot was up here in the back of the drive, and we need to make some additional edits. So this shot up here, we've now transposed that by flipping it. We're going to come over and make some further edits on this. And I'm going to do it with a main properties dialog. The flyout dialog is not very friendly, I think, at times. And so we're going to come in, and as we have that selected, this one needs to be part of driveway 30 as well. And so if I go ahead and do that and make that edit, you'll notice it didn't do anything, but that's because it also had a linking code of start. So again, they made a real mess of this survey out here. And by me making those adjustments, you can see now it's starting to clean up the survey itself. So any questions about this one? Because this is, I'll be honest, this one was so messy, I wouldn't have done this at all. But there's a reason we're showing you this. We want you to see you can do transpose, see how it flips where the linking code begins, as well as the relationship between the points in that particular field code family, if you will, that as long as they belong to that particular field code, they will all then begin to line string as a collective group in the order they were shot in. But any questions about that? That's a lot of work, and I would definitely be like, guys, what happened out here? Like, you know, could be a legitimate mistake, but we really made a mess of this driveway, both of these driveways. So in this particular case, if we kind of continue on, we'll see that there's a shot up here as well. You can kind of get a sense. And again, if I turned on the aerial map, we would see all this kind of coming together. But I'm going to choose that last point, that 3812 shot. And this one's on just driveway. And I just want to put this one on that driveway 30 as well. And when I do that, you'll see the line strings are starting to clean up, and it divorces it from that other adjacent driveway line. So you'll see it immediately just corrects it, starting to clean it up. So really not too much to it in that instance. We do have this one twisted piece. Again, this is a little bit of a nightmare the way they put this together, but again, we'll quickly fix this. It's as simple as selecting the item, and we're going to go back in and edit that point feature. You're going to see it pulls all those points in. Now, when it does this, in our case, we're going to select the whole thing, and we're going to mass select this and change that field code. I could just do the column. Personally, I prefer doing it in column mode, but as part of our training courses, we try to show you guys a variety of different ways to do stuff. Because in this particular instance, it's got a large payoff, to be quite honest. So I could fly out and do it this way. I don't tend to do it that way unless I'm adding elevation lifts and things like that across the whole mass selection of points. What I prefer to do is while I have all of this in a selection, I'll tend to come over and notice I still have the properties dialog up. So I showed you how to do it in the details, both through the select all left click, but I also showed you how to do it with the edit on the column of the field code there. But I can also come in here and we can make that correction here as well. So if I came through and decided that I'm going to call this one driveway 20, which is what I was told it was supposed to be. Don't make me a liar today. Driveway 20. Oh, that's too funny. It's technically named driveway 20. Hang on, y'all. Let's come back in here. I want to make sure it reflects it on here. Yeah, it still did not reflect it on there. That's wild. All right, I think we have a bug there. That's a problem. So I'll do it this way, but there's more than one way we can do it is my point. So on here, in this case, we're going to change that field code to DWY20, and I can go ahead and accept by hitting the green check. And yeah, that's super weird. That's not supposed to do that, just so y'all are aware. So that is the same as that. So I got to talk to somebody about that. Now, if it worked for you, I'm in the latest release, so I might have a little bug there because I haven't covered the survey class here for probably about 6 months, maybe about 6 months. So it was in an earlier release. But here we are making those revisions. So yeah, I guess I should stick with the steps in the book today. But we went ahead and made those edits to that field code, called it driveway 20. We can see it healed it. Of course, again, you could have done it this way. I prefer, if I'm going to be in the survey details for this, to do that if it's very common down the whole list. But there we go. So we can start to see it cleaning up that drive. Now, we can transpose these elements, much like what we were doing earlier. So just to kind of reiterate what I mean by that, let me zoom out a tiny bit so when I pick this, come on. That is interesting, the handles, bear with me. Huh. There they are, my civil handles. My window's too small is why. Does everybody see here that start is on the left option here of this line string, and none is, essentially assigned to the remaining points behind it. So it starts here, goes to a none, goes to a none for those couple points. When I come over and we do the transpose, it's just doing exactly as you see. It's flipping the directionality. So now that first point that was none is now start, and this other one that was start is now none. It just reversed the order of those. They maintained their coordinate position, but the way it's being stored was reversed. And so in this instance, we're going to want to make some refinements to it. And if we take a look at this, we'll notice that this particular linear feature, this is driveway 1, this one's driveway 20. We should start to see that there's some gaps too. If I come down here, there's also driveway 20. I got a big gap between it. Well, it might make sense if I actually remove that start linking code to none, and it's starting the heel and join, because this 20 had shots that preceded these other ones. So I was actually creating a gap by having that set as a start regardless. I flipped the order at which it was in, and now we have continuity all the way through. All right. Now, I pointed out this one's driveway 1. And so all of this should be on DWY 20. So why don't I select that item, get it into my survey details, and, again, I'm going to select that column. I can right click and choose edit here. And it turns out that this one is, wait, I grabbed the wrong item here. That's not right. Because I didn't open it up here with my edit point features. Sorry about that, y'all. So yes, very important when you are interacting with your survey line strings. One thing to note, when I'm selecting this, it's not dynamic to the survey details unless you're accessing it over here. So if you're accessing it over here in the Explorer tree, this will react. But keep in mind, if you need this to populate with new information, which I even fell for, we want to make sure that we do an edit point feature and it forces that information into here. So if I select this one just as an example and then do that, you'll see it's driveway 20. If I come over here and select this one, it did not update until I come back over and choose to edit the point features, and now it's driveway 1. But once that happens, again, I can select the column. We can right click to edit, and I'm going to make this one driveway 20. Now, when I do that and accept, well, now things are going crazy. They're zigzagging all over the place. So, again, this is where we have to pay a lot of attention as to how these chain names are being named, because you could spend a lot of time just trying to fix a couple of lines. So, I want to resolve some of this. And so in this particular instance, it might be better suited to do an undo because I made a mess. And it's because it's bringing in this particular item that's also on driveway 20. So I'm going to go ahead and select this item. And it does feel like you're constantly pushing a bubble. I do want to point that out. But in this instance, my field code, I'm going to make an edit. And I'm just going to use an empty value in this case. I'll just call it DWY. So I've isolated it to its own linear field code. And then I can come back over and then we can remedy this by coming in and doing an edit and assigning it to 20. So little by little, bit by bit, we're slowly starting to clean all of this up. And of course, if we zoom in, you'll notice there's a gap here. That's because this one linking code was accidentally set to start. So I'll set that to none. And we can see how that now continues to flow. So I've cleaned this driveway up a reasonable amount. There's a lot more. I just want to point out in the exercise, they really have us battle through cleaning up a lot of the driveways. Again, I said, if anybody ever handed driveways like that to me, I'd lose my mind using this method. It's a lot of unnecessary work that I'd be taking on. Now, one thing I want to point out, though, that we need to talk about is curves. We're doing all this joining and switching and such by transposing. We want to talk about integrating curves. And so if we look at the survey details of this particular driveway edge, so I come over and I look at that edit point list. Here I am around 3817. So if I mouse click on it, I want you to see where the beach ball kind of lands here. So on 3817, I see this line item. And at no point in time have we used any other linking code right now other than start or none. But if I come in here, I can actually establish an override manually by clicking in and choosing a particular linking code I want to apply. So in this case, maybe I want a single arc. So I'm going to use arc single and just recognize that it definitely then begins to utilize a kind of 3-point curve through here. It is not tangent at the ends, but it definitely recognizes a position and arcs through using that point as part of the arc. Now we can continue on and refine this. So if I come through and we were to apply some other capabilities, so perhaps I remove the arc single. Let's see what happens if I go ahead and use one of the other arc types. So I'll set that to none again. What if I came to this 38 point? So 3818, it's here on my list. And what if I were to change this one and I want to go ahead and use ArcPC? When I do that, we can see that this becomes the point of curvature until it can come outward and then essentially tie into the shots there. So you can see there's a little bit of tangency through that point, but then it actually starts to flow into finishing that curve through the next point there. So by doing this, I'm putting some curves all the way through, and it's cleaning up everything pretty nicely there. So from that point forward, I've got curves. So cleaning the driveway up just a little bit there. Now, we're not going to make any more edits to this, so any questions about our edits that we've made thus far? It's, again, not the friendliest of the two, I will admit. A lot of times, if I can get away with just, oh, they're missing a start and I can fix it, I'll do it. But if it goes beyond that and we're dealing with, all kinds of bow ties and such, I will actually go back and downgrade this, and we'll take a look at what it's like to downgrade that. But what I'd like to do here is start to apply some text. And, this process is kind of new to many. We're going to plot text based on the intelligence of the items. But here's the cool fact. They're intelligent in the fact that if these elements' descriptions are changing, it'll automatically propagate into the text itself. So there's a relationship between the intelligence of the object and that kind of resultant cosmetic piece of text that you get from it. Of course, we can cater to text styles and things like that, so it'll look the right height with the right font and all as part of the standard. And it's all because of the feature definition it's on. It has a relationship to have some decorations associated to it for text. Now to do this, I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to actually turn off the decorators for names and field codes so you guys can see what we're about to do here. And in addition to this, what I'm going to do is change the tab that we're in. So at this point, we've done some analysis. We've done some loose editing, which I didn't even use the ribbon for. And then we're going to navigate up to our drawing production here. So if I go to drawing production, that tab at the top here, you're going to see we've got a variety of tools. I want you to come over to this section here. It's called annotations. So this group, annotations, we're going to look at what's called an element annotation. Now, a lot of users pick the pull down. You don't have to. There's literally two buttons. One is to add annotation, one is to remove annotation. So unless you're removing, There's no reason to have to pick the pull down. Just pick the big picture. When we select that big picture, it just wants me to locate elements. So if I come around and start selecting, the driveway elements themselves. So let's just say I pick a couple of elements here. And I'm just going to pick all of those driveway elements right there. Why don't I pick these while I'm at it? It's probably going to be a bit redundant, but hopefully this will prove a point. So each linear item has been selected. If I right click, and notice it's not asking anything else, it immediately assigns those names. Now, of course, it's finding the midpoint. So this particular label is finding the midpoint. So this may not, work for your needs in all cases. That's where the standards come in to calibrate its position. It's important to note you can move these, and depending on the capabilities that are invoked on the items, they will remember where they were moved. But in this case, this driveway is coming from a particular topo label that's being derived from the feature itself. So there's a relationship. And if we look on my pop-up info, it says feature description driveway about 2/3 down towards the bottom of that list. That's where it's getting it from. It's getting it from the name of the actual element itself. So if I look, and let's go in here, it's going to be in our feature definitions for the open road standards. Let's get in here, survey, roadway, driveway. So this description that says driveway right now, if I call this driveway Bentley, and I make an adjustment to that, then these driveways, when I open and close the file, these will update. But more importantly, I can come back. I could remove the annotations off everything if I wanted. And by the way, I can single click everything, or I can just choose all elements in the model and essentially data point to remove all of that text in one mass selection. But let's come back. If I were to do this again, I'll just do those two. You'll see now it says driveway Bentley. So it's going to reflect whatever the standard actually requires. So I'll put that back. And I can remove. And I can add. Now, in some cases, I might not want to select everything. You probably saw I did all elements in the model. And so if I data point, I'm giving it a minute because there's a lot here. It's going to mass annotate the file. Now, it is using annotation scale. So as I change the scale, the size of this text is going to change. So whether it's 50 scale, 100 scale, 10 scale, it doesn't matter. But notice anything that was allowed to have text on it appeared if you do the whole model. So you got to be aware of what features were enabled to have that functionality and decide what makes sense. But I wanted to share that with you, that there is the potential to do the entire file should you want, as well as remove from the entire file should you want. Any questions about that? So the link code methodology can be done, but sometimes it requires a lot more effort. That's what I want to focus on with this. And so it can require a lot more effort to make some edits. What we want to take a look at next is the ability to essentially come through and do things maybe a little bit more efficiently. So I just want to point that out. There are some capabilities there that we can do that just makes things a little bit easier. And so the next one's a point list linear feature. And I think this is the one that most of us resonate around a little bit better. So again, we've basically gone through this course. This one's about half as long as the one we did earlier. but showing a methodology at which you could make corrections to those link codes. And there aren't many options with it. Some of them are very restrictive, um, and you have to juggle all those feature names. So that tends to be a bit daunting. But the next section we're going to take a look at is just slightly different, and this is known as the point list linear feature. Now, um, I guess I should ask with all you guys, have you guys been using Open Road Survey in any capacity? I know in the very beginning, I just assume you're in the class. Maybe you've kind of managed your way through it, or maybe this is your first time. So how are you guys? How you guys doing? So how are you guys managing this? Were you using this method? I know you're an inroads, so all the inroads guys, this is the method they use. Now, I am lucky enough that I've had a career of using both, right? So I get to see a little of this, a little of that. And the advantage of having that is you get to walk away going, oh, that's a unique perspective, a unique way of thinking about something. So then I get to apply my inroads knowledge kind of in a pseudo geopack way and vice versa. Um, I find from the survey editing standpoint myself that this method is not very user friendly. That's my interpretation. I don't know. How have you guys been using this method? Got it. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Unless it's some real goofball error, just to be clear, like, oh, they got it kind of shot backwards or something. I might transpose it using this methodology, or they forgot the start, or sometimes they double start like we saw where there's a gap, right? Those are the easy ones. Those are the ones I go in for first, and I don't downgrade, but I will delve into the point list almost immediately if it's more complicated than that. Yeah, Greg.
I guess this is new for us too. We've been doing a lot of transportation projects with WellPed, gas companies and stuff with
Mm-hmm.
PennDOT partnerships. So the big problem has been we do everything usually in Civil 3D, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm used to. So like
Sure.
creating feature lines in there, like is your brake lines, and then
Yep.
you have vertexes on all of that where I can just insert where I need to insert, delete, grab vertexes, move vertexes. You know what I mean? Just grab
You're gonna
whatever I need
you're gonna
on a
see
line
that
and move
coming
it
up.
around. That's
You're going to
what
see that coming up then.
I'm
And
happy to
I
hear that
will
we
tell
can
you, it's the
do
one
something similar to that.
because I do know the Civil 3D survey.
Yeah.
Um, Back in the day, I actually helped with the MCS, MCE stuff that, gosh, can't remember the lady's name now for Autodesk, but our company was involved with ACEC. And we got some good exposure with Autodesk for a while. And I gave them insight between how that worked with some of the Bentley products, where the Bentley products can do multiple chains. And so you could do multiple curves and all this stuff. And so I spent some time working on it. One thing I will tell you, the survey stuff was pretty good in their product, but it never really got better.
Mhm.
That's always been my pain point with that one. Whereas on our stuff, it's not that our stuff is better. Our stuff is so complicated sometimes because it's got so many options. I've found that sometimes people don't gravitate to ours as easily because the other one's like crayons. This one's more like oil paints. So I hate to compare the two and downgrade one versus the other. Hey, if you're doing a survey of a doghouse or someone's backyard, I have no problems with that other solution. But when you get into the real complicated stuff, learning that we not only have this ability to do it all, but we have different styles and tactics built within the product. It's almost got multiple personalities. It can be exhausting for users to know when am I supposed to use you got too many commands. That's usually what I hear about our stuff. But
Right. And
I
I
think
know
you're
the
going to
big
like this
thing,
next one then, Greg.
yeah, the big
Maybe
thing
you
with this
will.
magnet collector too is like you were saying, sometimes my points I'm not shooting them in order. If
Yeah.
like I could take a shot on another side of say a bank and I want to do a fill in. I have an option there. I hit insert. I take a few shots in the middle and it knows to build them into the line and put them like as an inserted point and it puts
Mm-hmm.
them between the other two I shot. So like when you bring that in and it's trying to do them in order, even though when it shows my collector when I did insert, it shows it correct. But then when you bring it in here, it's trying to put them in order, so it makes all of
Yep.
that incorrect. Which isn't like I do it a lot, but you know, I will say what I think is going to be better with this is that I've noticed being able to view in 2D and 3D at the same time. Where now what I've been doing is like I'll manipulate a surface in one drawing, have a data reference to a separate drawing, looking at this in 3D, and it's constantly changing it, hitting save, going to the other drawing, hitting synchronize. It doesn't just, it's
Oh
not
yeah.
all at the same time, where this is going to be so much quicker.
Well, and make sure I'll tell you guys, this comes up a bunch, and it's legacy.
Mm.
So a couple of the states that I had worked in, I mean, I actually have done projects in Florida and Georgia. I've done projects, actually I had one that was overlapping Florida. Was it Florida and Alabama? I always forget, but there was a one project that was interesting. The CAD standards literally had to change back in the 90s when we crossed the state line. It was so weird. That was not fun to do. But I've done a bunch of projects over the 30-year span, and I'll tell you, um, we used to deliver a three-dimensional file, a two-dimensional file, and a surface. And the main reason they always wanted three files, which always drove me crazy, because you got this survey DGN that you're basically saying is like this is the legit stuff. You got this like flattened 2D kind of copy, and it was because people would say, oh, well, my software can't use the 3D one or something, whatever the reason was. And I'm going to tell you guys today, if you can, and you got to look at agency requirements. And I mean, for the guys on GDOT, I mean, you guys are in a great opportunity because you can just say effectively today, this is what we want if you don't already do that. And I don't remember. So you guys might already have it this way. But 3D, that's all you need because we can reference it, flatten it as 2D in the view for anything that we need. There's no reason for you guys to make a duplicate file. Actually, you worsen your situation if you make a copy. You're better off having a 3D field book. And if the terrain's in it, great. If it's a very big project, I actually don't put the terrain in the survey. I put it in a separate file, but it's subservient and ruled based on the survey file. So there's two files, maybe because I don't want the terrain performance to be compromised with the survey data, because heaven forbid they move some things. I don't need my terrain to reprocess every 5 seconds. So I'll tend to do that on the bigger projects, but you really don't need the 2D files anymore. And I'm sure you guys already know this, but I only mention because it took, I forget how many years till Ohio realized it, and they finally stopped after enough, arguments, because they kind of wanted a field book file, but then they wanted a 2D dumb CAD graphics file. And the surveyors that were contracted to do all the work are like, guys, this is taking me twice as long. And what are you getting out of it? Nothing. You're actually getting nothing out of it other than confusion. So, highly recommend for everybody here, if you get a chance, if you're not already doing it, try to change the status quo on that, because a lot of it is just a policy of that's how we've always done it. And I think you guys will have a better experience overall in the industry as you're, you know, relaying that type of conversation to others. I always have a saying that I heard from a friend: change is mandatory, growth is optional. So I think as the technology is ever changing, I can't even imagine the legal complications we get into knowing that a surveyor produced a clone of another file. Well, which one's the one you're saying is legit? And you get a 50-50 chance that the design team used the right one, which might not be correct. It might have fallen out of date. And because they're separate files and clones, what if when the files were emailed, somebody forgot to email one versus the other? Just brings complications. And I will point out, full disclosure, the first time something goes wrong on the project, we definitely look at the survey to blame. In our past, that's the first thing we went after. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Not yet. Yep. 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 Well, I had another state that puts drainage structures projected into the cross sections within the nearest 25 feet forward and back because that's how it worked. The technology did it that way. Somebody always did it that way, and it became a mandate for 20 years. And guess what? Open Roads doesn't do that. Doesn't It'll project the profile of the drainage structures. So luckily, that agency was open to new ideas and efficiencies and recognized, well, from a construction standpoint, is it different if we're looking at it like forward into the cross section or sideways into the profile? Didn't really matter to them. So they just said, do the profile method. You would have thought that we were switching to metric because consultant firms and everybody was like, oh no, this is how we were supposed to do it. And it's like the agency's like, look, we're the agency. We see it in the plan view. We know where it's at. We have all these tables and lookups and probably too much information. And the profile view will be more than effective. And they just changed. And it's nice to see we're at a point in the industry where people are recognizing that, but we also have to be aware there's always going to be a few holdouts, right? So always, ask the question. Don't necessarily directly fight it, but ask the question like, well, why are we doing this, and try to make sense of it. Sometimes it's a legit reason. And you mentioned the points for the properties and such. We will have some new functionality coming out in the not so distant future that'll honor some of what you're asking. But I have always said the same thing for as many years as I spent in coordinate geometry and knew it pretty well. I would tell users, I'm like, well, really didn't make any sense to me because literally, if you took the most basic geometry class, a line is a distance between 2 points. So every time I drew a line, I was drawing 2 points. So I don't, if it needs the numbers, okay, great. We can do some stuff with that. Bentley's looking into it now as we speak because there are some that are holdouts that need it. But, at the same time, ask yourself, well, do we need it? Maybe you don't. I think whoever it was that we were adding it for, and it might have been you guys, but it could have been a handful of other people. But we got to be careful of like state constitution, legal stuff, things like that. There's some interesting details that sometimes get us, and in order to make a usable solution, um, we'll have to we'll have to honor that. So you'll see some of that coming. But yeah, Well, I worked in the beginning of my career in the utility industry, specifically in telephony. That was one of the reasons I lived in Atlanta, as a matter of fact, for buyers. We did all of the telephone systems and underground utilities, utilizing Bentley's solutions with a custom software, actually. And when I first started, it was about a year into my career, I kind of got tired of it. But they do everything in 3D, guys. Like they've been doing it in 3D for the longest time. So it blows my mind when, yeah, like we do see, especially if you guys do the traditional construct, you know, like you're doing design and you send them like, hey, this is where we think the utilities are, and they because they painted it and they marked everything up, and then it ends up on your plans, and then they'll come back with a pencil and verify they've had the exact location of these utilities three-dimensionally. They just won't give you the files. So it's just frustrating as all get out. And I say this because we accidentally dug up a fiber once on a project right outside our company's old headquarters in Youngstown, Ohio. Because the guy that was marking them up from the utility company, he marked up our plans and said, no, 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 you got that backwards. That fiber's on the other side of the street. Well, it turns out he didn't know how to read the north arrow, which I still think is hysterical, but it dug up the whole fiber. Now, it's only so funny until you realize it also shut down my internet connection for my one of my main offices of our engineering company, because guess what, we broke the fiber that goes right to our office, which was just a darn shame. But all of that because they wouldn't just give you the 3D stuff. So, but it wasn't our fault. Mm, yep, we're going to show you. Yeah. Oh, it's a very cool. I'll tell you what, guys, as long as I've used this, Kevin Jackson, if y'all know him, Kevin's been around for ages, and he's probably gonna he'd probably chuckle that I even said that because I basically just called him old. But I'm old, not as old as him. But with Kevin, his surprised me one day. We were talking about this, and I thought I knew the survey inside out and upside down. And he shows this one capability. We were talking exactly what you're asking about. And I was like, wait, what? How did that work? And he explained it to me. And I'm like, does everybody know this? He's like, I thought so. But if you know Kevin, Kevin's just like a big old, encyclopedia of things. So he had, I guess it just wasn't well documented. And I'm going to show you that. It's actually in our courseware. And that should be, I'll tell you, it's so cool that you could take an entire base map, highlight everything, and say, add this to my field book. And it will read it, understand it, and promote it into the features. Now, it doesn't mean it's a field book in terms of coming from raw data. It's actually going to still consider it a microstation graphic, but it adds all that smart intelligence we were just talking about for things like the labels. So it's very powerful. So we'll take a look at that. Oh yeah, that way you get it all. But we can pull it into the field books, and then you could still get it all, and you didn't need the graphical filter. Which, if you look historically speaking, for y'all, if you've gone through our history, we used to tell you to use the terrain by element. Then we started to get away from that because we were saying terrain by element off of things like quarter meshes and all. You don't want to do that. It has to do with the technology and the way it's triangulating against something that's chording. So you're actually getting an extra degree of separation from the true surface. Slight minor issue, but if you're taking it down to that level of detail, spoonfuls of dirt, if you will, it's technically wrong. So as we moved up beyond that into graphical filters. Now what you're going to see is as we get to graphical filters, we're starting to call that passe and move to some other new things. But Let's take a look at the point list. I think you guys are going to like this. And for this next one, what we'll do is we're just going to, this one will be just as quick, more or less. We'll finish this out before the end of the day here. And we'll start off tomorrow, in the next sections. So we'll be on the editing terrain models. And we might actually, depending on questions, you guys ask as much as you want. I'll answer anything that I know. And if I don't know, you just gave me a gift because I get the opportunity to learn. But we might actually finish early tomorrow as I'm looking at it, because usually this guy takes a good portion of the day, if you couldn't tell. But I skipped a few things because I usually make sure we cover them in here as we're talking kind of down that same path. But let's take a look at the point list. And if I pull this up, let me pull this book up here for y'all. It's basically more or less the same thing. The only difference is we're going to utilize a capability that downgrades the intelligence of this survey chain. So if you need to make a lot of edits, this is the one to do. When they're very, very just slight cosmetic edits, I would keep it in the other kind of level of intelligence, the smarter linking code feature. But the point list linear feature is going to be the method we're going to look at next. And effectively, we're going to go through a whole bunch of edits. We're going to stay in the same workspace. Now, be very careful because this happens all the time. We are going to go back into the survey raw, but of the next course. And I know it gets exhausting because it's survey raw, survey raw, survey raw. But just be mindful of that. And let's take a jump into that other file. So I'm going to come over. I'm going to come in here and close the file that I'm currently in. And I'm going to go ahead and browse, but we're going to get out of the O2. Let's get into the O3, and we're going to jump into that survey raw file. So we'll go ahead and open that. It may prompt you this time. You don't have to hear me blab on about it. Just hit yes, because we know what that means now. And again, we're going to take a look now at a capability that's going to give us a little bit more control. And I'm going to give you an example of this because we're going to take a look, and you'll remember when we looked at the point list, all we could do is turn on and off the linking code. But like I described, we couldn't change the order. And the dialogue, I'll pull up an example of it so we can see the difference of the dialogue. We're going to see that we it's more comfortable. And also, we have more capabilities with respect to the editing tools themselves. There are things we can do with this one that we couldn't do with the previous one. So I think this is the one where people feel like this is the Swiss Army knife. There's just more options available to you. It's a little bit more free, whereas the other one, you're kind of limited in scope. So if we take a look at this, one of the first things we want to do is kind of come in, and it doesn't matter. I'll come into the same location we were in. And it's worth noting that right now, these are generated by link code, same as we saw earlier. So if I come over here and I go in and I want to look at the manage point list as an example here, notice how this is all red and I can change the linking code. And I want you to see there's only a couple of buttons here. We saw that before. So what we're going to do next is going to expose some more functionality across the board. Now, when we go to get started on this one, some of the edits they're going to have us do, they're going to have us change some shoulder, driveway. They're going to have us turn on some communications lines. So what I want you guys to do is remember and revisit our survey field book before we get any deeper in here. And I want you to show the points and the lines for communications, shoulder, and driveway. So, and that's all I want to see. So we're going to go to all points. Let's turn everything off. Then we're going to navigate to communication, driveway, and let's see, I got shoulder in here. And so we'll turn those three items on for the point features. And let's go ahead and do the same for the linear. Turn all those off, enable just the communications lines, just those driveways, and just the shoulder here. Where's that one? Right there. And so kind of just thinning it down a little bit, cleaning it up so we can see what in the heck we're working with here. And We're going to do this all the way down. So we've done this for both those points and features. Now we could turn on, again, the decorations. Remember, decorations are under the Analyze. We're trying to understand what we've got here. And we can turn on things like the name and the field code. Yep, there we go. And so we can turn those on. And so I've got some of those on. So we can see that information there, and it's a little busy. That's a lot of times you'll notice I zoom in a lot because the size. You can control the size of these, by the way. I know I had you guys change the colors and things like that, but there's also a scale that you can change in the backstage for this. So if I go to Settings, User, Preferences, and we navigate, you'll notice a couple different things. We've got the manipulator size. That was things like the beach ball and all that. But you'll see survey decorators. We've got a scale value. So if it bothers you that it's too big, maybe change that to something like a 1, because it's actually 50% bigger than what the default size should be. And that way, if you hit OK, you'll see it gets smaller. And actually, before I forget, because I find it's hard to show you guys what I'm looking at, and I apologize that I didn't do this earlier, I probably should have made this yellow so it kind of stands out. And maybe I'll make this one cyan, or no, bright green, and just elevation, I'm going to make this one cyan. So I'm just going to pick 3 colors so they stand out a little bit brighter against the black background. And so now things are a little bit more vibrant, and the size is a little bit more manageable. See that? It's not as gymongous as it was before. And so, again, it's just editing your experience, changing things to make working with this a little bit better. So now that we've done this, let's come back in kind of where we were talking the last time, and it was these gaps here where the shoulder was. So we have got, these 2 gaps in the road that we saw previously, and we're going to change the way we make some edits, and I think you guys should like this, but we've got this section here. So 2154, you can see all the way up here around the to 1209. So this whole kind of area right here that's gapped. We're going to make some edits through here. Now, a lot of this comes down to working with the linear features themselves and changing their status. So by default, when I select an item, I want you to see the creation is generated by linking codes. And so what I need to do is downgrade that. So it's this icon here. Now, you can never go back. If you downgrade it, you can't go back. You can undo to get back, but if you exit the file and all that, you can't restore that after that. So once you downgrade it, you've downgraded it. Now, I want you to look at the toolbar. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 tools if we count the delete. When I select Convert to Point List Linear Feature, I'm changing just that one line, okay? Doesn't look like it does much. But if I come back over and hover on this now, notice I have more tools. We can count them again, but you can also just trust me, there's more tools. So we've added more functionality, more capability to edit. So right off the bat, that's improved. In addition, the icon has changed. I can only downgrade it now to a dumb graphic. And you'll lose a lot of the editing tools if you do that. But you can see that. But let's come over to this manage point list, because you remember the panel before was pretty straightforward. I had just a column of red, I think I had 2 or 3 buttons for editing capabilities up top. Let's go ahead and select this again. Right away when I do that, you should immediately recognize I got a lot more tools, a lot more capability. I can change the order things process, these points are in. So if they mix up shots, I can just kick one before the other and do it right from this dialog. If I want to insert other items or replace something, I can do it. I've got all these capabilities to manipulate the point list. So this is pretty popular because I think it just goes right to what you guys are looking to do. I find it to be easier. The other one feels like a puzzle. This one just feels a little bit more comfortable to make changes. So this also, notice the names. It's not a red column like it was before. So definitely a big change just in this dialog alone. It should represent that you've got a lot more capability there. Now, what we want to do, I'm going to go ahead and close that for a moment and deselect, and I'm going to come back over here because what we want to do is we want to control each of these different elements. So here I am with 12, 12, this line string here, as well as this particular one here. So we've just done this one and converted it. I want to convert this one and this one. So I'm going to come over and do the same thing. Select it, hover, locate the convert, and I'm going to change it. Now, again, we should notice the icon looks now like a microstation line. I'm going to do this one. When I look, we can see that icon has those little points on the ends of it. Convert it. And if I check it, we can see that it's been transformed. Now, if I hover on it, it'll also tell you when you hover on this with the pop-up info. Now it says generated by point list. So we've essentially downgraded its abilities a little bit. They say it's the smartest. I might say that this one feels more intelligent to me, because one of the things you're going to want to do is maybe connect all of that. You remember we were playing this game of start and stop. Well, I can actually just come in, select the element now, hover, and locate a command like join, and locate my linear features. So it wants me to pick, and there, I just connected it. And I just connected it. So it's behaving the way we would expect it to, I think, compared to how we did things back in the day. So some of the applications of the past, this functionality seems to resonate well with users. Now, you've got to downgrade these elements. So if you want to continue to do things like that, the same thing. We're going to go and select, downgrade, downgrade, and downgrade. And so coming through just like that, and then I can come back and I can use the join tool. Now, I do everything off the context menu, just so you guys are aware. You could be up here under edit, but I just don't want to have to keep moving my mouse up and down, up and down. So I tend to let the tools come to me. And so in this case, I'm going to just come through and complete joining that all together. And then the same thing here. So yes, I'm making some changes to that state that the line strings are on, but to be quite honest, this is way the heck easier to chain this stuff together the way I need it to work. I don't have to remember what the name of what is. I don't have to, oh, that's driveway 20. This one's driveway 1. I got to flip it. All of that just becomes a little bit easier to work with. So questions about that? Pretty straightforward. We're just downgrading it, and then we're using that join tool. That's not to say this one's still not by link code, but this one happens to be by point list. What does that really mean? It doesn't really mean much. Just I've lessened its status, so it's now a little bit more manageable. That's all. Now, if we want to do something like a driveway, we'll come over here. Let's take a look at this driveway up here. You'll notice the back shots, 3703 and 3702. If you want to look positionally where I'm at, kind of coming in right here. So 3703 and 3702 are hanging out just beyond that utility. If we take a look at this, there's like a whole bunch of things going on through here. We've got the shoulder coming through. We've got, the driveway overlapping through it. There's some cleanup through here that we need to do. And so we're going to come through and we'll downgrade some of this. And I have no problem only downgrading what I need. I actually prefer it. So I've gone ahead and downgraded that. And so now, as a result of downgrading its abilities, and let me show you for comparative purposes, If I select and hover, the series of commands I do have this break linear feature, but you're going to notice it behaves a little bit different if you go through and try it this way. And so if I use this break linear feature, it wants me to locate the point where it wants me to break. So what I can do is, locate these points. So where's my 2132 here? So I want to break it here, and it essentially snaps that. So just like that, I've broken this up into two separate line strings. So easy to work with. And then in this particular case, now that I've got that, I might want to remove a point from this particular chain. So I can go ahead and specify that, and you know what? That 2132 doesn't belong in it. And just like that, I can pull that back, because maybe that shoulder did not need to cross through that apron. Of course, a lot of other edits that we need to do. We can append some of these things together much easier. Again, we've got to change the status of these items, so keep that in mind. So when we're working with items, we've got to make sure that we are downgrading the particular items. And so in this particular instance, I want to go ahead and select these different elements. So here is driveway 35. We can come through and we can downgrade it. And we're going to do the same for this apron. We're going to downgrade it. And I can do the same to the other edge of the driveway here. Oops. Come on, tool. Hang on, y'all. Why is my context menu not coming up? Hang on, did I already downgrade this? Nope, it's still by link codes. What in the world? My context menu isn't coming up. Hang on one second. There we go. And so I can downgrade it. And so we're just going to start to clean this up a little bit. And with the append tool, it's pretty straightforward. So if I come through and select this, and I come through and hover on here, you'll notice that just like I removed a point, we can add a point. And so I can come through and it wants me to locate that particular point. And all I got to do is pick it and accept. And I've just now extended that driveway into that apron. And again, I'll do the same thing over on the other side. Select, tell it I'm going to append, and just choose the destination shot and accept. And just like that, we've gone ahead and incorporated that just a little bit easier. It's so much easier than trying to remember all these names of these features that you have to, jockey around. And so we've pretty much cleaned that up pretty quickly. Of course, I could still append the shoulder into the drive and all of that. But more or less, I think that kind of communicates how quick and powerful this other methodology is. Now, remember that driveway we did with these two shots? Well, this driveway that we did across the street there, and you got these two crazy wonky shots that we had. Last time, we had to go through all this rigmarole of trying to call it driveway 20, driveway 1, all these types of things. So if I come over and I just, select that particular chain that point belongs to, and of course, we've got to convert it. But once I do that, and then I hover on this tool set, we can actually remove the point from that feature. So I can just remove the point from the linear feature, select the point in question, and just like that, clean it up. So it's just another way to do the same thing. And I don't have to really, worry about the intelligence of those names as much as just working on the graphic itself. So it didn't look right, now it looks right. And so I've pulled that and fixed that driveway now that was zigzagging all over the place. So just a couple options. I'm not going to clean the driveway up any further. I mean, it's pretty much more or less the same. But what I do want to share is, even the fiber, working on some of the utilities here. So if you guys look, let me zoom out so that goes away for a minute. We've got these utilities that are bouncing all over the place. Clearly they were shot, they were picked up, but the order they were done in just, you know, back to what James was saying earlier and others that, sometimes it's just, you took the shot, you missed it, you had to do it again. You got zigzags all over the place. We got to clean those up. As well as if we come down here, just outside of this gap here where there's a bridge, you'll notice we also got some zigzagging all over the place. So we're going to clean these up, get those zigzags out. First and foremost, you can imagine we got to kind of clean some things and downgrade this. So we're going to select that utility, right? And we'll have to downgrade it. But before we do that, we're going to come in and take a look. And I want to start, they want us to start, where is that, 0.416? Right here. Here it is. So 416, it's like right where this starts to really kind of go all over the place. And this communication line should be called COM39. We go ahead and select it in this case. We're going to downgrade it. So downgrade that one. And we're going to remove some of the points. So we're going to remove a collection of the points. We've got 4219 and 4225. We're going to get those out of there. So all we need to do is select that particular utility in this instance. And I'm just going to remove the point from the linear feature. Okay? And I'll do it for each of those. So we've pulled those out. Right? So we're starting to clean that up. And we can go even further all the way up because you can kind of see where they're not right. So while I'm still in the command, I can continue to cycle through and reorient this. I'm not losing the shots, I'm just removing them from that particular feature. Now, where things get a little goofy is when we get in here, because it turns out that 42, 54, and 56 need to come out, and we'll have to clean that up, put that in as a new utility by appending. But we've got a good looking line now in accordance to the way it was supposed to be done. And so we've got that very easily cleaned up. Now, what we want to do is locate our next utility. So we got to look around here, and it turns out that one of these utilities, this one over here called COM86, turns out that this one was supposed to have continuity. And so we're going to come through and select that. Again, we're just right here on the south side of where this bridge is. You can see that gap, and we're selecting this southbound kind of side of the roadway, and we're going to downgrade that utility. Now, when I downgrade it, again, we get that functionality to add points back in. So we took points out, let's add points in. So I'm going to come through and I'm going to use the append command. Now, when we do this, I will admit this one always makes me nervous because I'm like, well, how do I know the utility goes all that way? Obviously this is a little movie magic today. Maybe there's survey flags or something you had that kind of acknowledges, but we can continue to stay in this command, and I'm just left clicking to select the point, left clicking to confirm the point. Select the point, confirm it. And you can see we're navigating down and it's continuing that utility through all of these points. Now at this point, we're going to get to, I think it's like 48 or something. And I think I kind of end it here. I think they want us to go to like 54, but it always bothers me that this point's just hanging out there. And then I think 56, I guess I'll do it the way they usually ask us to do. But I always get nervous about that part because I'm like, oh, what's going on here? Is there, some type of poll or something going on there? But it's just an exercise for today, just to advertise what it's like to remove the points and what it's like to add the points. So fairly straightforward process between those two. Obviously we could refine it even further. But, adding and removing is a pretty simple exercise, as you can see. And of course, all these utility names, like that's COM86 and this is COM39, they're just sequential, so it's not like they necessarily mean anything. But I will tell you, a lot of times I wouldn't have an 86 next to a 39. I would probably have, 33, 34, they kind of be consecutive. And I don't even know if I'd have 80 something com lines here for some project that's so tiny. But usually you'll see com1, com2. But you can edit those names if you needed to. They just have to be unique. Just be aware of that. Now, as we work this out, and we're not going to work all the utilities, one thing that I want to take a look at is we're going to make some additional edits and close some things up. So if you guys look, we've got these little, islands or whatever, these grassy median areas that we can see. And again, what we're going to do is close these up because right now these are all like separate. So in this instance, I'm going to go ahead and downgrade their status as well. And we're simply going to close this up. It's pretty straightforward. The command is to first convert them to pointless linear feature, and then we're just going to simply use the join command. Now, you could have used the link list features, the linking code method, and perhaps just done a close. But remember, you may have had to transpose it and things of that nature, and maybe the shot order wasn't in the order you wanted, so keep that in mind. But in this instance, we're just going to use the join linear features and button this up. And so just like we were doing earlier with the driveway, I'm going to come in, I'm going to select and choose our join option. So when I choose join, I'm just going to pick the next item, and you'll see just like that, it very quickly and easily joins that all together. And at that point, this is one line string. So we have to be mindful of the other end because I'm going to use the close command here now. So I'm not going to, need to locate because it's the same linear feature. So for this, what I need to do is come over and just recognize we have a close. And as soon as we execute on that, you'll see it's got a few options. Now, this is important to note because this is a slight behavior where you can see that we take the bearings of each of those little moments between the shots and we intercept if we do the closed shape true. If we do false, it just puts in a distance between 2 points and assumes the bearing from those. So just want you to see true, false, true, false. So depending on what you're working with, things like buildings, if you want it squared off, you might want that set true. For today, I'm going to go ahead and just honor it with true. We're talking about a grass median. That's not the end of the world. But just want you to see that slight difference in behavior between that close command. Any questions about that at all? Now, I know sometimes people have asked, to create a linear feature that's closed but not actually be closed. So we've got some options where you can use a closed shape versus just a closed command. Just want to point out that when you look in your manage point list, in this instance here, see how we have closed shape on the end of that? Well, you could actually use the closed command. And so just by changing it. So we offer both options, so I could just set that to close instead. And I got to hit accept. And so now that status is changed. One nice little tip too, when you're working on these, and I got to do this from far out, but do you guys see how I've got these manipulators? And it says, it's a linking code. It says none for the linking code close here. I can also pick on the word. A lot of users don't realize this, and you can actually access it from there as well. Probably not the most elegant, because if you guys have seen, I have to keep like zooming out all the time as I try to work on this. So I keep zooming out so I can actually see it, because if I get in too close, it disappears. So And that has to do with my window size, because my window size is getting compromised. But in this instance, again, just giving you a little bit more freedom and being able to make manipulations. For example, on this communications line here, this thing's going all over the place. And this COM1, if I were to go and open that manage point list on this one again, this one's still a link code linear feature. We can see we're really limited in a lot of that. If I were to come through and close this and convert it, right, and then open that again, you'll see that, again, we have more control. So a lot more options than we had before. And it shows the names are now eligible for adjustment. We can change their order. When they were red, I was pretty much limited in those capabilities. And so we can do a whole bunch of different things with this. We can change the shot order and all of that just by moving those points around. Any questions about that so far? I think it's pretty straightforward. You'll notice we're just downgrading it to get more access. I think that's the key piece here.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So could you hold control, click like multiple, and then convert to that point list? Like, can you convert more than one at a time?
Yeah, to grab a whole bunch, like mass select them. So
yeah,
if I
like
grab,
say if you want to do all of them, say I'm gonna downgrade all of them so I can do my edits like that.
Yeah, let me do that for you, because I want you to see. So if I come through and I grab like a whole bunch, I'll just say I grab these two, and I come over and say, hey, downgrade that. Okay? No. And I know it drives me crazy.
So you can only do one at a time.
Correct. Now, This goes back to what I was talking about with the survey settings, because some users have realized that, you know what? If I have my survey settings for my open road standards as soon as I create a field book, but before I bring in data, if I just change this right here to force point list, as soon as everything comes in, it's all already on it. That's why some people do that, Greg. They just want to make it easier on themselves.
Okay.
So, and I will
That's
tell
like the only way to do a bunch, though, pretty much.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I've asked relentlessly for a button, just to have a button where I can go clickety click click click, or put it in a selection set. Yeah, they don't have that. But I will say that 9 times out of 10, if I look at somebody's survey standards, if it's still on by linking code, they're usually an inroads user. If it's on force point list, they're a geopack user. It's kind of funny. It's like a culture thing or something. But I'm with you. The first thing I did the one time, that's why I just wanted to show you. It's like you grab everything, and no, it's based on this context menu, is the convert to pointless linear feature. Now, I will tell you one thing I hadn't tried. So let me experiment with something right in front of you, because I love when y'all ask me stuff that I have to really start to think about. Is what if I'm going to do this? I'm going to do this a little dirty here, but let's go and do a record. And I'm going to create a new macro. And I'm going to come over to Open Roads Survey. And I'm going to come over to it doesn't really matter. I don't need to be on those tools. But if I come over here, let's just say I pick this item, hover on this item, and I execute that command. And I just downgraded it. If I come back over and I stop that, and I'm just going to call it my famous command is called test, by the way. If you ever see my computer, it's filled with these test commands. But if I come over and do that, and then I choose edit, you'll notice that it was recording different things. Well, unfortunately, I don't see that natively here, so that's sad. I might be able to promote it to a VBA, and if I do that, oh, come on. Yes. All right. If I come in here, I know there's a lot of work just to get the test, is my point. If I do that and then bring this guy up, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to look and see what was the command that I just did. So let's see, it's under test. Got to make sure I'm in the right set of code here. And so, yeah, we can try this. I really doubt that's going to work, but that might be the command. And then I could make it so that I could pick multiple things. It's a long drawn out way to get there. I've never tried it, so I'll have to, let's see if that actually works. Let's copy that. Get rid of this, get rid of that. And let's come in here. Yeah, it's not going to do anything. So if I let's grab all, well, those are already converted. Let's grab these guys because they weren't. I doubt that actually worked. Point list. Yeah, it did not.
Okay.
So sadly, that's not going to work. And that didn't even look like the command anyhow, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, actually, I'm going to say, hey, I just got out of the survey training. When are we going to get that button? Because yes, that's long overdue. Because if you're like me, I just want to go bam, 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 all the way down the thing, or just grab a whole bunch and do it. I think they've got onesie, twosie, or they've got mass selection over the whole field book. I feel like we need something kind of in between, just to be a little bit more efficient.
Right, and I agree because, like you said, you want to try. I would agree to leave them all in that linear as much as possible, but like
Exactly.
when you want to take, say, I want to grab all of these here, one shot, one button. That way, it's in the middle, but everything else, I do want to leave on that linear. Give you more.
Yeah, no,
You
exactly.
know what I mean?
And I did not turn the log file on. Let me turn the log file on, guys. I'm sorry, I made that misstep. I told you I was going to do that earlier. So let's come in, and let me make just a couple more edits down here where I downgrade these. And so let's downgrade, because yes, this takes extra steps to have to do what I'm doing right there. And I mean, we're very close to just having something that would be nice and clean. And let's join that. Okay. All right, so I just made that change, and just for good measure, I'll save settings. Let me hit save. I forget if that's the one that actually writes the file, but let's come back here, jump back in here. Here's the default log. Is it going to record? No, it's not showing anything yet. I guess I haven't made any real big edits just yet. But as we come through and do edits, it's gonna recognize that and write it to that document. Let's come over though, because the next one kind of goes to what James was asking about with gathering up information that might be kind of microstation information. And I'm actually going to fake something in too to kind of invoke some of it as well. It's not in our document per se, but I want to make sure that we've got, kind of a livable working example that hopefully might inspire you, James. But on this communications line to the very far west of the project, again, we're going to downgrade this. This is a mess. They totally made a mess of this. And I am going to hide those decorators right now because they're just kind of in the way. And so on here, we're going to do the same thing, convert to a pointless linear feature. Now, when I do that, what I'm going to go ahead and do at this point, now that I've done that, because we've got utilities going all over the place, there's multiple utilities that need to be in there. We're going to actually downgrade this even further and show you for the first time what a graphical linear feature does. So you remember we had 13 commands before. We got, what is this, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 commands. If I do this again and convert it to a graphical linear feature, this is if somebody just drew it in MicroStation. When I come over and select it, first off, does everybody notice it is a MicroStation line now? All of its intelligence is basically stripped away from it. If I hover, I have 4 commands. I had 15. Previous to that, I had 13. So I've lost a lot. And all I can do is transpose and run a report. Points are still there and all, but this entire line string has basically been deprecated down to just dumb graphics. And so If you even moved the survey points, this line string is no longer subservient to it. It'll just be dumb. So if the shot got moved, the line stays right where it is. So you've lost all the connectivity. Now, of course, you guys know much. You probably know a lot about MicroStation, and I will tell you when you're using MicroStation, if you're like me, I grew up at a company that had very old version of MicroStation. I was on Unix on a mainframe using these Intergraph devices, these PCs, if you will, and we had the old keyboards with little paper slides and all that stuff, and the digitizer tablets. So long time ago. I think it was like version 4 MicroStation, but in the VAX as well. But I don't operate that way. Every time the software's changed, I've changed. I've learned the new way. And I got so good at it at one point, every time the what's new comes out, there's like 15 new things. I just read those. And bang, I already know the new software now, more or less. So I encourage you guys to kind of try to follow the trends of our product because it'll make you extremely capable. Like to the point where I always think it's funny. Everyone always asks me how to write either a program or customize an interface or do any of that. And if you look at my machine, it's pretty stock. But yet everybody else has all the custom stuff. And the funny part is they don't know how to make it. They're always asking me. It's kind of like when you go to the barber, you get your hair cut by the guy with the worst haircut. He's the guy who's cutting everybody else's hair. Well, it's kind of that mentality with this stuff. Where I'm getting at with this is don't stick in a rut of using things the old way. If you even dock toolbars, question it. Because what I'm going to show you is that while I'm in open roads, I can just bring MicroStation by using the space bar. Now, if you're more of a glyph-based person, there's nothing wrong with the pop-ups using the space bar. If you are more of a literal type and you want to see the word, use Q on the keyboard. It's one of the easiest ways to bring it up. The reason I use Q, because my left hand's doing nothing else but sitting over there by the keyboard waiting for the space bar, the escape key, the tab key, the alt key. You're using open roads. All of that stuff's been pre-designed and thought about for every one of your fingers to be like right there when you need it. And why do I remember Q? Not only is it the furthest most leftmost letter on the keyboard, but also whenever I'm doing work and I used to review stuff, we call it QA, right? Quality assurance. Well, now I'm writing the measure command, which I usually was doing when I QA stuff. Like, is that really that long? All that type of stuff. So a couple little tricks like that, I encourage you to start absorbing to make you better. So if I use the space bar, which I tend to use, I like the glyphs other than QA. When I use the space bar here, what I want to do is I'm going to come in here to the modify commands. So modify. So if I did space bar and the number 6, it would bring this palette up, this group panel. And notice I brought MicroStation to me. I said I make the software work for me. As much as I do believe robots will rule the earth eventually, I don't want that to happen on my watch. So I'm gonna tell it what to do. And so in here, I'm gonna come through and use the delete vertex command. Well, we're gonna delete the vertex and we're gonna remove some of those shots out of this. Now, as soon as we do, like I said, we downgraded everything. So as I come through and I just start kind of kicking this over because it kind of comes across the site like that, I'm going to clean some of that up as best I can. And it's kind of something like that, maybe. And that looks about right, perhaps. I mean, it's just a utility. I'm kind of guessing. I have no idea. I would discourage this kind of operation per se, but that's good enough for what we're trying to do. So you can see I can remove it, but it's just MicroStation commands I'm using to edit this. That's all. And so I've kind of made some adjustments. And what I want to go ahead and do now is I want to go and now draw some utilities. And this is going to sound like really taboo, but we're going to go into our MicroStation commands. Maybe I'll hit the space bar again, and I'll use the placement command here and bring out a smart line. Now, when I do this, we're going to connect some dots. Turns out that the utility kind of goes from here to here. I'm using those points to grab what I think is supposed to be this utility. Again, I'm kind of guessing, and I don't even know how it junctions. I'll just assume maybe it goes there. Probably goes there, but it doesn't really matter for fake example. And so I've put some shots in there. Now, this is not even remotely close to the right symbology. This is just a dumb default line. So I'm going to add a little flavor to this for James just to show what's possible and the way the technology works. But for the moment, I just drew some dumb lines. Now, what I can do is I can go into my survey field book. And here's my all linear features, right here. If I right click, you'll notice there's an add graphic linear feature. So if I select this, it asks me to pick the item. So it turns out that line is what I want. So once I select that, I just have to left click again and accept. Now, what does that really do for me? Well, it didn't look like it did much, but if I come into the all linear features, notice I have a default feature now that's been added. Now, what I know about this particular feature is if I select it and hover, I can go to the properties of it like I could any other thing. Now it thinks it's a survey element. It doesn't have all the intelligence and detail that the other ones have. But let's think about this. That communications line was called COM, right? If I go ahead and edit to put that on the field code known as COM, as soon as I accept that, notice I changed the name. It sets it on the appropriate symbology. And in addition to it doing that, certain items, like we talked about earlier with annotating, I'm not going to do the whole model here, but I'm going to select that item. I'm going to reset, and it brings in the description as well. So it's adding enhanced capabilities to that item. It's more than just a MicroStation line. It's slightly better. Like I said, we can downgrade to a graphic linear feature, and it kind of makes it dumb in comparison to the field book, the raw data and bringing in as a link code feature. But you can elevate a MicroStation element up. Now this one, you saw I had to do some extra steps. But let's say, as an example, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm actually going to match this symbology. Okay, so we'll come through. I'm going to go to my symbologies, and let's go ahead and we're going to match the level, color, line style, and weight. And I'm going to come through and select, oops, I did that backwards. Come on, man. You'd think this was my first time. There we go. So I'm going to set that symbology. And by the way, in MicroStation, don't know if y'all knew this. Let's go ahead and do this. This very first one is your attributes. So everybody see they're now set. So I'm going to go draw some lines. Let's go do this similar but different. I'm actually going to do it from the ribbon. And let's just say it turns out there were some lines that were across the project like this. Okay. And for this moment, we're going to assume I have an elevation. I know I'm in 3D and I'm probably drawing these at some gross elevation right now. Let's actually see how bad that really was. Oh yeah, they're way down there. So those are underground lines. We'll just go with it. But what I want you to see is, okay, I got 3 lines drawn. So what happens if I do it this time? Let's go and say add graphic linear feature. And let's pick and pick and pick and accept. Well, it's putting them all on the default. Let me undo this for a minute, undo that, undo that. If we come through and put these all in mass selection, oop, come on. Oh, it's going to make me a liar. Hang on, y'all. Going to make me a liar, aren't you, today? Oh, I feel like we changed this. Hang on. Hang on. I'm not going to let it win. Yes, here it is. Sorry. The other option is features from current graphics. So if I come in and do this, come on. All right, it's not going to be so obvious what I just did, but just so you're aware, it brought it in and knew to put it on communications. Does anybody know why? How did it know to do that? It's in the field book, by the way, now. And just to reiterate, because I was running on fumes here, I guess, mentally. It's the features from current graphics. So the difference of one is to add it in as a graphical linear feature, and you have to pick it, it's going to default it, and then you have to rename it. If I do it this way, and I say import from current graphics, it just brings it in. How did it know that it was communications line? Any ideas? I may have told you earlier. So the way this works is it'll scan the file. It'll look at all the elements. It'll say, well, if it's a linear item, it should be classified as a linear feature. If it's a point, it may be a point. And when it goes and kind of jumbles through this, so imagine, James, you get into a photogrammetry file, and the first thing you do is open the file, create a field book, right click, and say import from current graphics. It's going to scan all of it, match it to the CAD standards. So it's looking at the open road standards and it says, hey, as I'm scanning through all these different items that are in the file here, you know, this one item, it happens to look like that communications item that happens to have some properties that are set based on some linear and point feature symbologies. And it turns out when I look at the linear symbology, and we'll dig down into our symbologies here, bear with me. It'll start to recognize that utility com happens to be on this element template, and then it challenges the element template and looks within that as it's still kind of, you know, digging down, and it looks into there and it's survey linear utilities. There it is. And it looks at this and it says, hey, you know what? That actually has the same level, color, line style, and weight that this feature has. Yeah, you know what? Those are the same thing. Now, there are some limitations, like if you're slightly off on the standards, I believe it does like 3/4. I'm not, I'll have to confirm this. I'll find out for you for tomorrow because it's been a while I've used it. But I believe it's like 3/4. So if like 3 out of the 4 things it believes it's a high probability of being a match, it'll grab it. Now, in cases where it's not a match, it'll put it on default, and then you guys can clean it by looking at it. So it'll be a linear feature like I did earlier, and it had default, and then you would just determine, oh yeah, no, that's actually meant to be a gas line, or that's meant to be, you know, some building. And so you'll have to use we'll have to use the human part. The robots can't do that, at least not yet, to determine what it really should be. But does that make sense? So there's kind of 2 methods. There's like a single method, and then there's a whole file method. And it's not the same. So this element that I created is not the same survey type element. It's considered you'll see it's just a graphic creation. So it actually even notates it as slightly different. So don't worry about somebody thinking, well, that's not really surveyed. We know it's not really surveyed. Thus, that's why we put it in its own category as a graphic. And I believe when we downgraded these, they also, see, they get downgraded to graphic. So your other items, and it's worth noting too, sorry, I'm jumping around, there's no relationship to a raw file. Y'all see that? Data file name is blank. So it's another way of dog-earing and notating this was not part of the field survey. So I have no problems myself putting it in a field book. Some of y'all get nervous about that. So as an order of operations, what I usually tell people is before you draw in raw data, if you've got some good CAD graphics, create a new field book and just call that like photogrammetry and just dole it out that way. And so that way I have another field book, and this one could just be my photogrammetry field book, and this would be my field survey. So does that make sense? kind of cool because then in the end, you can generate a terrain model from all the field books. So then you get what you want, James, automatically. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it probably got divorced. Somebody reduced it down by accident, is usually how it happens, guys. I kind of wish between all of us, and I know that would be annoying to keep getting hammered with, but when you go to do this, and we go to downgrade this, right, to convert, I don't mind that. But when I go to do this and convert it to a graphic, I almost feel like I should get a warning. I feel like it should tell me, like, you're about to destroy this. Are you sure? Because I don't want somebody going in my file doing that. Because it's gonna be divorced. I won't be able to get that back. I can create my own little unique chain at that point, but I might append or do something to kind of, try to work around it. But you are kind of limited there. But yeah. Mm-hmm. You talking about like when I just come over like this and I actually use, right now when you're looking here, you don't see too much, but when I come over here, right, you talking about this? Yeah, so if you do a microstation lock, notice I don't have any grip, I don't have access to those grips. However, I just want you to see it. It is locked. I don't have those handles anymore. But look, I can keep going. And notice as I was doing that, then it unlocked it again. So be careful with that one. That one's not this lock command. That's old magic that doesn't work against the new tools of today. You know what I usually recommend, James? That they reference your files only. Yeah, if they're consumers, I let them reference it, and if they're in survey and they need to work with the data, that's different. You just got to teach them. But yeah, if they're not in survey, they shouldn't be in the file to begin with. And I've heard every excuse in the book. Oh, well, I need to get the shots or I need to get something. Well, in a reference, if I hover on it, I see this exact same thing right here. They can read everything off the point. Gotcha. You all are using ProjectWise, right? So are you, well, without getting too technically detailed in it, I'm just curious on that workflow. Are you guys doing something with a workflow or a state or a renditioning to auto copy the file so you've got like transactional record of when that file was done, when that file was delivered, like an internal transmittal system? Are you doing anything like that? I mean, Christy and Hazik probably got you guys dialed in pretty good on ProjectWise as far as I mean, they've been there as long as well, Christie's been, I think, there as long, if not longer, than I've worked at Bentley. Um, mm, right. Okay. That reminds me, before we end tomorrow, I want to talk to you all about something that a lot of times we've been teaching this to the different teams. So if we think about the workflow in a project, typically you go grab whether it's remote sensing or you guys are out there, we're grabbing existing conditions. So we grab all those existing conditions and we hit a milestone, like a handoff. We're passing the baton, like, hey, survey's done, which is always kind of funny because I used to work with a guy like, hey, is that base map done? And he'd look and be like, it's never done, Don. Um, the earth is always changing. He used to tell me that all the time. And I'm like, well, as much budget as I'm giving you, did you run out of it already? How about we measure it that way? So I used to tease my buddy John in survey all the time about this. But my point is, you hit a milestone. Okay, now I got to give it to designer. I got to give it to somebody. That moment is a key piece in how we deliver files and what we should be thinking about with those files as far as the technology is concerned. Because there's rules and relationships in GUIDs. Not that y'all care. I'm sure y'all have seen this, and I'm going to be on a soapbox before I send you home. And that's if I go to Civil Display browser, which most of y'all have probably heard about this online. We took this tool away because there was a medic tool in there. Everybody kept messing up the files. But if we pull this up, I want you to understand the intelligence inside of these BIM files. You could call these you could call this line string Sparky, you could call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, these surfaces and these objects, this is essentially the internal kind of schema, if you will, listed out. And this is how it kind of organizes things. This won't be on any quiz ever, but it's just how it works. When we get in here and we start looking at things like the surface, well, see this long name? That is the GUID. So that is a unique ID that only this file and that element anywhere in the world have. There's no way to duplicate that. So when we talk about handoff, let's think about a designer. So I'm a roadway guy. I'm about to design my new proposed profile. I need your ground. I need to know how much, kind of trying to split the difference here on my cut and fills and trying to get something that's going to be meeting the appropriate design guidelines for the design speed and all that. I got to look at that against the surface. So as I'm using the surface and I start to design that, I'm building a relationship that could, not saying it will, be, holding hands with that terrain. Typically I want to touch off the ground, go up, do my thing, and then touch back down on the ground, right? So POB to POE. And so as I'm doing all that, I built a rule in a relationship. It knows that surface, unlike any other surface. It'll be married to it till the end of time. Now, if you send me a new terrain, I just broke my profile. Because if I overwrite it, it's a different GUID. So it's going to break it. And when that breaks, then the corridor breaks, it just kind of compounds. And who gets it the worst is drainage, and then everything breaks. So we got to look at that chronology and relationship along that. So typically tomorrow at the end, we'll talk about terrains, we'll talk about how the rules and relationships work and what you guys should be delivering and how maybe you offer the roadway people insight on how to consume it better. See, the problem is even the roadway users, as much as I've tried to explain this tactic, and I'll give you guys a training file, I don't think they necessarily understand it. And then later I'll hear that they've had, open roads is broken. We hear that a lot. Now, what I teach to the designers is how to receive it from survey, but how to deliver it to drainage or deliver it to bridge, these other teams, the disciplines. So I'll show you what I mean. It's typically on these major handoffs, and it has to do with a complex surface. I'll just give you a hint on that. So if you've done our training around terrains, which I'll put in chat for tomorrow, great. But and I don't know, maybe time permitting, we'll do a little extra on that if y'all are interested, because I think that means a lot. And I'll tell you, the companies that deliver with that end up having just an overall better experience. And one design firm, they're very big. They basically said the first company that can get this right, we would like almost do exclusive business because of the pains that they've had to suffer with their designers actually getting tortured of stuff being broken. So it does mean a lot to some of these firms. So I'll show you guys because I think it's important to make sure that you're handing off stuff that they're not destroying or getting disappointed with because you guys do amazing work. That's the thing about survey that I love. I mean that once you know what technology they have and what they can do with it, it's funny how little roadway knows that sometimes, and they'll take things and just destroy them and then say it didn't work right. Case in point, I live in Texas now. They have 25 districts. They have at least 3 laser scanners per district, and they were sitting on the shelf in boxes, unused, unopened for years, because they said it didn't work. It would crash the software all the time, and everything was just white dots. It didn't make any sense. They just need a surface. And when I showed them that you can turn on and off classifications and everything was in color and you could do all these other things with the data that they said didn't work because they didn't learn the tech, the roadway users were like, this is amazing. And so they started using it. So, needless to say, they kept trading those back in brand new in the box. I thought that was funny. Whatever the hardware recycling program TxDOT uses, it was like every 3 or 4 years they were giving them back. Here you go. Here's 4 more, 3 more, whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, just photos. Yep. So I got well, 3 things. One, if you're interested, I could probably put you in touch with the guy over in West Virginia DOT. It's been a number of years, but he had an interesting perspective that I really liked, and they were saving millions um, by having a program where he was doing a bunch of stockpile analysis and such. So they were going around the state and doing all that. And it was funny because he bought the really cheap ones, and he's like, you know what? For what we're doing, it's good enough. And he goes, when they crash it in the trees or it breaks, I don't care. They're only a couple $100. Like he was actually being very frugal, and I thought it was funny because he had a really good, interesting perspective with that. Um, but what I want to say as it related to that as well is that the one key piece of information people forget with LiDAR and reality modeling is what they kind of refer to it as in the industry is that with LiDAR, point clouds, and then you've got reality modeling, you've got voxel based technology. It uses optics, the other one uses light distance and ranging. Well, when you use both, first, LiDAR is better in the dark than the light, and the camera is better in the light than the dark. So if you have both, you catch it all. And a lot of times you get like water reflections, things like that. When they're both operating, one will make up for the other. So we see that a lot of times. You guys will see these drones now that'll have like 3 mounts. They usually put the FLIR on top, and then they'll put the laser scanner and the optical on the bottom, and they'll fly. And you don't have to get that fancy, but you could. And so what'll happen is lasers scan is usually really, really great, as we know. However, you can't see it unless you have that gift. Like those puzzles they used to have back in the day, those 3D magic posters, I can't see them. I don't know why. But now a laser scan, I can look at it and make out every little detail. Um, with the context capture method, the reality modeling, it actually uses the photo, and as good as the gigapixels are on the camera, which is usually overkill anymore. I mean, even my iPhone takes pictures that are probably well beyond what is, practical. You almost see too much detail. Um, we take that individual teeny tiny little pixel and we center it with a crosshair right in the middle. So the accuracy is double pixel accuracy with the optics. So when you combine both, um, you're unstoppable. And then when you combine that with control, which you can do, it will affect the output. And now there are some trade-offs right now, right? So like line stringing and all that type of stuff, it can't do yet. That's where you get into the topo dots and all. And you mentioned Cyclone, which only recently I think they stopped using R licensing. So for as long as I can remember, Cyclone's algorithms and tools that it was using were Bentley's. We had a partnership with them. We cut ties with them a number of years back because the tech is old. So we just didn't want to offer it anymore. And so we've moved on, and I think they did something different. I'm not saying they're using old tech by any means. I'm sure they developed something else, but we've kind of divorced from them. But they used to license that technology from us in the early days of Cyclone. But you can generate a very accurate surface, a scarily accurate surface. And once you get to that, especially with using context capture, James, the one thing people forget, we can do automatic crack detection using AI through the imagery because it looks at not only the pigmentation of the pixels, but it understands the depth and detail of the surface in such a way it can determine the cracks. So there's things you can do to then start doing like set up drones that fly, and you can almost know how much maintenance you need on a road because it'll have picked all of those little details up. Mm-hmm. Exactly. The text, everybody's got the text, so I don't want to make it sound like it's just a Bentley thing, but I will tell you that ours is so immersed that it makes it a better experience for most, especially when you get into large streaming images. We stream our stuff in through Context Share, which now has been slightly retitled, but we can stream it all in, so you don't even have to sit with these giant files on your machine, and yet you still own them. That is the difference between us and some of the other services out there. A lot of the other ones you have to read. I think it was Kansas DOT. You might have to ask them. They did a project where they had like really cheap mobile mapping, kind of like Google Street View stuff. The company that they used, which is not Google Street View, by the way, but something similar, after it was all said and done, they didn't own any of the imagery. They had no idea. We just recently got done I'd say it was about a year ago, going through and trying to work because it was federally paid, I guess. There's certain things that made that deal invalid. And we were able to help assist them in transferring the data and get it into something that then was theirs. So that's the one thing about all this cloud software you have to be careful of is, do you own it? And a lot of these great, fly-by-night tech companies, it's all in the terms and conditions. Not to get all weird, but it really is. That's stuff they make a living off of that, right? If it's free, you're the product, they say. But notice, yeah, we have all that built right into our tool set, and it doesn't require any extra licensing or anything. So once you've produced context capture data or any point cloud data, we absolutely love TopoDot, by the way. They usually help push Connect a lot. We can bring all of that stuff directly in and you can work with it. And if you know a lot about that, let's say you flew that site or that bridge or that something, and you got canopies and trees and all kinds of overhangs, just so you guys know, that technology is mesh based, meaning it can go around Delaunay's rule of triangulation. We're allowed to have vertical faces. We can have overhangs. The mesh itself uses a completely different algorithm to generate a surface. Now, eventually, you'll get to a triangulated model, a terrain, if you will. And with that, I just want to show you guys, we can do underneath the extract, you can quick ground extract from that photo, James. So all those trees that are blooming up and everything like that, you can actually say, you know what? Look at this and give me only the ground. And the software uses some different measurements in kind of the filtering to determine what's a ground item versus what is like a tree or a building face or something like that, and will actually solely give you the ground. More or less. There will be some moments you probably got to clean up. It's never perfect, but then you've got a terrain that you can use, and you've got this photo mesh. So as you guys are designing your projects from that point forward, you're giving people a lot of info. And I'll tell you, if you were giving me a photo mesh like that, I'd be salivating. That would be the difference between that survey company and that other one. And actually, it costs you less energy than you would imagine. It's surprising. But that's just a couple of little fun facts. And one project I mentioned the LiDAR in the photo was because we flew a bridge, and I don't know, it was something. I think George Washington was involved with the river, so I forget. But the bridge had some very big significance. It was old, and needless to say, it was a kind of, a somewhat sunny day. It was a little overcast, which we usually prefer, but there were some reflections, and it was messing everything up with the LiDAR. It was bouncing all over the place, but the photos actually were able to compensate for it and absorb it and then rectify the surfaces correctly. So with context capture, you can use the point clouds and the photos to really define your existing capture. So just a couple fun facts. I am an open roads guy, but at Bentley I learn all of it. So I eat this stuff up like you wouldn't believe. It's just tech. And as much as I'd like to say I'm more of an engineer, I'm more of a tech guy. So I've definitely played my fair share of context capture. Barcassi would be the person I'd send to you, but that's only after I've depleted myself of knowing how to do something. But yeah, guys, tomorrow what we'll do is we'll pick up where we left off. And to be quite honest, we went through this exercise, went through the graphic linear elements, and that was it. I told you this one was pretty easy. They start to speed up as we go through this courseware. And all I can ask is just throw questions at me. And as we finish up, and I think we're going to do good on time, trying to remember where we even were here. We don't have much left. I'll give you that. So we're about halfway through. These last couple, I'll probably spend a good majority of the time on the right-of-way fundamentals. And again, I don't know how much value this one's necessarily going to bring y'all. I did see it was in here. I don't know if somebody requested it. It feels kind of out of pocket because it's showing you guys how to do an intersection layout. So I almost feel like this is a mistake. Are you guys doing a lot of that? Survey usually doesn't make a proposed road. Yep. You mean the like the beyond? So the beyond centerline geometry, this is where you draw, and I would agree to a certain degree. The only reason they include this, see how we're drawing like roadway elements? The only reason they're doing it is to show you some of the hands-on geometry creation. But I do feel like somebody really goofed up the survey story a little bit. But I didn't know if it was at the request of everybody on the call. I will say if we get to a point and it doesn't pique your interest, we've got plenty other things we can discuss on survey that could be more valuable than this. But I don't want to deviate from the story if this is something people want to know. So I will tell you though, I don't typically generate like 7 different kinds of driveways, which is what they do. It's kind of overkill. And actually, I take it back. We may have changed it since then. Because I don't know if you know Dustin Fizell over at West Virginia, but I did this class once. Um, and there's a point where the exercise, I think they ran out of stuff to talk about. So we were on like this driveway and that driveway, another driveway, another driveway. We were like on 4 or 5 different driveways and just the 4 or 5 different ways to make a driveway. And he's like, I don't care. I just want to do it one way. And so we all agreed and we just kind of cut the class on that because it just was impractical. It was trying to be too showy on its abilities. But yep, yep, exactly, exactly. Yeah, it's going to be in the right away fundamentals. I'm going to tell you right ahead. This one we cover it because it's part of it. So when you get in, bang, we're already in Geometry Builder, like just within the first exercise. So very popular. Exactly. Well, we do get some of the design guys now. They love this thing. They're doing their roadway alignments and stuff through this because, trying to pull Kogo out of their hands is near impossible. And we got a new enhancement coming too, guys. We've got the not only will this save XMLs, but we can actually grab stuff and kick it back out to the format too. So if there's old geometry, we can absorb it in. There's a couple of things that we're changing to enhance the workflow of how you guys can use this tool, whether somebody started the geometry with this or not, which is kind of nice. So, oh yeah, yes, sir. Well, most consulting firms don't like me, I'll admit. And it's only because I get really bent out of shape when I see consulting firms that crawl back into the old stuff. And they'll say, well, you don't understand. Don't ever, like, I lose it because I usually, and I mean politely, but I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, come on, man. I've been using this stuff as long as you guys. I probably in just like 2 or 3 years worked 5 years in my career. I mean, I think most consultants have because we usually have these compressed schedules that are near impossible. If you see me, you'll see all the gray hair and realize, like, wow, yeah, his life force is sucked out of him for as many years as he worked. But I'll say that during that time, again, if the technology changes, I've taken the liberty to try to learn the technology, and I've heard every excuse. I'm too busy, or this, or that, or it's just an excuse. There's always a way to get through it. Now, there's 1 or 2 things that are usually like real showstoppers. But that's where we come to the table and say, hey, we gotta do it this way or that way. What do you want to do? And we'll tell the software company, and eventually they'll add it in. But yeah, like if I hear the consultants go back into Kogo, I usually like lose my mind. And I've had a project here recently where I was like, come on, if I see that V8 come out one more time, I'm going to put something in your head. And so this one lady did it. And I said, okay, I'll say Kathy for this example. It's not her real name. But I said, Kathy, I was like, the next time you click that, I want you to think, you remember Star Wars when the little silhouette of Yoda showed up and he said, use the Force, Luke, and all that? No, it's going to be a silhouette of me saying, don't click V8. Put it down. Get back in the open roads. Because actually, what she was doing is she was doing it in Kogo, but then she would stay in V8 so much, she was destroying all the other data on the project. So as much as she felt, oh, I'm saving time, they were actually compounding more problems into their project, and parts of it became unusable. So You're in the agency, so I'm a little bit more of a softie. But I just know in the consultants we used to yell at each other when somebody would screw up our work. You know, work until 2 or 3 in the morning. You find out somebody deleted something by accident. So usually I get a little bit more gruff. So smaller firms, they probably I don't work with too much, but I know the big guys like Jason and some of these guys at Jacobs, like some of those guys in the linear team, they know, and we get pretty gruff because we're like, you're killing time, you're wasting money, you gotta learn the new stuff, and the client wants you to. Like, yep. Yeah. There's some ageism in it though too, I think, and I hate to say it. I mean, it's just the change, you know, it's the old dog new tricks type of thing, and I know the next generation users tend to like it. You know, all the young guys and girls out of school, they like it. But I think if you've been around, you know, you're like, well, what about this command or that command? Well, the reality is most of those commands didn't get to where they got for like 30 years. And for the first time ever, if y'all look at it, we average 2 releases a year average. We're trying to get to 3 or 4 releases a year, which is a discussion. It goes back and forth between, you know, we just because we can do it doesn't mean people are going to use it. So is it worth the energy? And how much are we going to get out? So that's why you'll see us kind of do 2 right now. But if you do the math, MicroStation has had 17 updates in Connect. If you do the math, Open Roads is almost 6 years, they're 5.5 years old or 6 years old now. And we've, you know, I said we've had about 2 on average. We've actually had 3 in some many cases, but you know, if you err on the smaller end of the spectrum, we've had 10 releases inside of 5 years. If you ever remember back in the day, you'd be lucky if the civil team ever released anything in 5 years. So this is a huge, you know, we're going as quick as we can to try to get all these things in. So I think eventually we'll get it all in there. As we, you know, and the technology's been giving us some liberties to do that as well, especially with the new security requirements. It allows us to, you know, have a little bit more vested interest in changing our technology because kind of have to. And so with that, our guys have to learn more. They've got to learn the new tech faster, and it's because it's more secure. And sometimes it's a game changer, the technology. So you'll see some new things coming out. We've got some new things in store with the release that I think is coming around September. And if you all end up on those agency calls for GDOT, you probably saw some sneak peeks of what they kind of have coming around the corner. They don't usually advertise it too much publicly, but I think for the agency call, I think they talk about it. This will be called Open Roads Designer 2023. That is the official name. You will no longer hear Connect Edition because we're done with that. There's no change to the product. We're just done with the name. It's just too long. And all of the build numbers you guys know is like 10.12 or 10.11. We're done. It's going to be 23 dot something. So when Open Roads 2024 comes out, guess what the build number is going to be? 24. We're just making it simple. Yeah. Which 10.11 is Open Roads Designer 2022 release 1.1, or 10.12, which is release 3. And it can get real confusing. I have to think about it sometimes. It takes me a minute. So yes. Well, in the new MicroStation, you can sideload too. So you can actually load MicroStation 17 with the brand new MicroStation 2023. So that just came out just not too long ago. And for y'all, we added some really cool new Esri REST features in there and some I mean, basically more GIS stuff has been built directly in to MicroStation, which will consequently be in Open Roads. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So it will be in this next release. So if you guys are hip to learning about, what's coming, I would tell you the first thing y'all want to do is go out to, and I'm probably going to have this, I keep having this problem. So let me see before I bring it up on my other screen. Oh, it actually looks right. There we go. I'll share it. So we upgraded the product documentation for our products. And I'm just going to show you if I type in MicroStation right now. These are all the MicroStation kind of centric products. And so you'll see in MicroStation, we've got 2023s, and there's READMEs and all that stuff for this and the help. And somewhere in here is 2023. There it is. And if you look at what's new, we'll tell you these are all the new things we added. One of the biggest is the enhancement to the GIS stuff we added. So I don't see it right here just yet, but they call it context. Forget what it's called, context services or something. It should be right here at the top. Where the heck is it? Yeah. Oh, geospatial context. That's what they call it. But you can add all sorts of stuff in now. So you can do stuff with Esri and live read it in. It's pretty cool. So that will be an Open Road. So if you're hungry and you want to know what's coming, just read what's in the new 2023 that's out. So pretty cool stuff. But anywho, I've chewed you guys' ear off for way too long. I appreciate you guys that were hanging about. And if there's any other questions, I'll stick around as long as you want. But I'll let you guys get back to it. I know it's late for you East Coasters. Yeah, no problem. It was an exciting conversation there at the tail end, and James, seriously, if you guys need any questions about any of that stuff that you're interested in, or you feel like you've kind of, maybe it's just timing, but maybe you just don't know who to go to, let me know. I'll grab the right people. We're here to help. That goes for all you guys. All right. Well, y'all have a great night. I'll see you guys in the morning, and yeah, we'll get cracking on this. I'll chew on some things because maybe we'll do a little vote at the end. I got to talk to somebody because I feel like that 3D model one just seems a little out of place. But let me. I have a feeling because they were missing one of the files with you before. Maybe somebody sent you the wrong files. So let me get some details on that. But other than that, I'll see you in the morning, guys. You have a wonderful evening. Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, Nolan.